Smart Call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Yikey Wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about today?
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
I lost count of how many foster homes I lived in. 20, maybe more. Each time, a new room, a new bed, a new routine with a new family. But never a space that really felt like mine. Eventually, I didn't even bother unpacking, because moving again was never an if. It was always a when.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a forever family and a permanent home of their own.
When I was 15, I didn't have anywhere to go for the holidays. So my high school principal invited me to stay with his family. It was just supposed to be for a few weeks, but soon they asked me to stay forever as their daughter. Now I have my own room and decorated it myself. It's kind of a tornado, but it's my tornado. And just like my family, it's mine to keep.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Ad counsel.
Thanks for being with us. Ozzy Osbourne didn't leave anything to chance when it came to his funeral plans. The late rocker, who died last week at 76, settled on the songs he wanted to be played and made it clear he didn't want the somber occasion to be sad. LadBible.com says the Black Sabbath frontman essentially left a blueprint behind for widow Sharon and his kids to follow in the event of his death. Tens of thousands of people lined the streets of Birmingham yesterday to bid one final goodbye to the Crazy Train singer as his funeral procession made its way through his home city. He explained he'd already warned his wife Sharon not to cremate him. He wrote, "I want to be put in the ground in a nice garden somewhere with a tree planted over my head. A crabapple tree, preferably," he said, "so the kids can make wine out of me." That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids' toys take over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. You'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. And never let them run wild through the grocery store.
We have on aisle 6 and aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, know it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Arrest in hiker deaths.
He's been charged with 2 counts of capital murder.
South Korean trade deal.
Clearing a major hurdle.
D.C. plane crash hearing.
Investigators are focused on potentially inaccurate altitude readings.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, Arkansas police have made an arrest in the killing of a couple who were walking along with their daughters in a state park. CBS's Omar Villafranca is covering the story.
A 5-day manhunt is over. Authorities have arrested 28-year-old school teacher Andrew James McGann, the man suspected in a double homicide at an Arkansas state park. Clinton and Kristen Brink were hiking with their two daughters, ages 7 and 9, when they were fatally attacked. The sisters escaped to the visitor center unharmed.
The parents are missing.
Emergency responders found the parents motionless on the hiking path. State and local police worked with the FBI to comb through tips from the public. They have not released a motive.
On social media this morning, President Trump proclaimed tariffs are making America great and rich again. It comes hours after a new U.S. agreement with South Korea that will add a 15% tariff on goods sent here. And it's just before tomorrow's deadline set by Trump for tariffs on nearly every country in the world that hasn't cut its own deal. Business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
Way to say orange is the new black, 15% is now the new black. We started this year with so many economists believing that there were going to be sort of generalized 10% tariff rates. When the president came out on April 2nd and announced these much higher levels, that's when markets really freaked out and people freaked out. Now it seems that we're settling at a 15% tariff rate with some hazy details on how those countries will be investing in the United States, different for each country. But when you think about a 15% rate, it sounds better than 25 or 50. But remember, this would be the highest tariff rate since the 1930s.
And President Trump warned Canada it would face trade repercussions for planning to recognize a Palestinian state, and Brazil was hit with 50% tariffs. Delta Airlines says a flight from Salt Lake City to Amsterdam was hit by serious turbulence last night, forcing the flight to divert to Minneapolis. The airline says 25 passengers were taken to local hospitals. In Washington, CBS's Chris Van Cleve has the latest on hearings into the deadly January collision of a military helicopter and passenger jet.
The helicopter should have been flying below 200 feet, but it was at least 70 feet higher. Investigators are focused on potentially inaccurate altitude readings from the Black Hawk that in testing were found to be off by as much as 130 feet. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy.
If the helicopter was telling them with plus or minus 100 feet their altitude, how significant is 100 feet in this case?
It's significant in this case. Helicopter Route 4, which went along the Potomac, we calculated that the margin of error was 75 feet.
This morning, firefighters are battling flames in 2 national parks. CBS's Ian Lee.
Firefighters responded to the ash fire in a remote section of Yellowstone National Park. The Dragon Bravo fire was first sparked by lightning on the 4th of July and has destroyed more than 70 structures, including the Grand Canyon Lodge. Now another historic lodge is at risk, the nearly 100-year-old Kaibab Lodge.
Overseas, CBS's Deborah Patta has the latest on efforts to get aid into Gaza and accusations over blame.
The war in Gaza has reached a tipping point as images of starving children have shaken the world. But a growing number of organizations, including the UN and 2 Israeli human rights groups, are not just accusing Israel of deliberate starvation, but of a far graver crime.
Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip.
It's a charge Israel vehemently denies.
It is baseless. There is no intent. Key for the charge of genocide.
But in a new report published by a respected medical journal, The Lancet, a group of health professionals said it was time to break the silence on genocide. Gaza has the highest number of child deaths of any conflict zone, and the report concludes starvation has been relentlessly used as a weapon of war.
4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no. So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning, the cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
A Colorado dentist has been convicted of murder in the poisoning death of his wife and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Prosecutor Michael Morrow accused James Craig of lacing his wife Angela's smoothies over 10 days in 2023, then giving her a final dose of cyanide while she was hospitalized.
Clearly, Craig wanted out of his marriage, but was unwilling to face the consequences of divorce.
Craig's daughter spoke to the court before sentencing.
I was supposed to be able to trust my dad. He was supposed to be my hero.
The dentist was also convicted of attempting to cover up the murder by offering to pay an inmate $20,000 to kill the lead investigator in the case. 38-year-old Danville, Virginia City Councilman Lee Vogler is in a hospital after he was doused with gasoline and set on fire at a magazine where he works. Stephen Bass is a colleague.
He's been the youngest councilman for a long time, someone who tries to look ahead and be a progressive sort of thinker.
Police have a 29-year-old suspect in custody whose wife recently filed for divorce. Police say a personal matter, not politics, led to the attack. There's new information in the investigation into the New York City mass shooting. CBS's Matt Piper says the focus is on Nevada, where Shane Tamura lived and worked.
Detectives with the NYPD dispatched to Las Vegas say the gunman bought the rifle he used in the attack and the car that he drove from his supervisor at a Vegas casino. They did speak to that supervisor at the Horseshoe Casino and describe him as cooperative. He told police he sold the AR-15 rifle to the gunman for $1,400. So far, the supervisor has not been arrested or charged with a crime.
Brown University's reached a deal with the federal government to regain access to federal research funding and end investigations into alleged discrimination. The school agreeing to pay $50 million in workforce grants in Rhode Island over the next 10 years. Energy drinks that mistakenly contain vodka are being recalled in more than half a dozen states. This affects 2 production lots of High Noon Beach variety packs because some contain cans with vodka inside that were mislabeled as Celsius Astro Vibe energy drink. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Surveys indicate most people say they find interacting with automated phone systems instead of human customer support reps frustrating. CBS's Michael Toscano says there's a move in the U.S. Senate to try to fix that.
Comedian Julie Story captures the experience.
Thank you for calling this automated system that sounds like a real person but will be significantly more frustrating for you.
Democratic Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego and West Virginia Republican Senator Jim Justice have introduced a bill to ensure that you can speak to a real human being and one located in the U.S. if that's your preference.
Oh, it sounds like you have a question about your account. Is that right? Yes. Ooh, that's too bad because now I'm going to take you through prompts that have nothing to do with your question.
The bill would limit federal benefits for companies who ship those jobs overseas.
All of our representatives are busy at this time.
Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
Goodbye.
And that's the CBS World News Roundup for Thursday, July 31st. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. A small plane crashed into a home in Kashmir Wednesday evening, sending 2 people to the hospital. The Chelan County Sheriff's Office says the crash happened around 5:30 last night near the Kashmir Dryden Airport. One victim was airlifted to Harborview Medical Center. No one inside the home was hurt. Authorities, including the FAA and NTSB, are investigating the cause of the crash. The Bear Gulch fire near Lake Cushman has exploded to nearly 2,000 acres. Level 3 Go Now evacuations are in place for the Dry Creek Trail area. Fire spokesperson Jacqueline Swap says crews are reinforcing lines and using drones to track the fire's aggressive movement.
We can always hope that it won't get worse from here, but as far as the weather goes, it is supposed to continue to be warm and dry, so we're going to expect to have more activity.
Right now, the fire is only 8% contained. No buildings have been damaged. The fire was started by people, but the exact cause is now under investigation. In Seattle, police say 2 fires set yesterday morning were intentionally set. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner has the latest for us.
The fiery start to Wednesday began at the Columbia Funeral Home. Surveillance video capturing a masked man setting the century-old business on fire. In the middle of that firefight, crews spotted smoke in the distance. It was coming from another fire at a Mount Baker home about a mile away.
It's fortunate that they saw it because they were able to prevent that fire from spreading to the adjacent home.
A spokesman for the fire department says crews battled both fires for nearly 2 hours. No injuries, but $300,000 in damages to the funeral home. A $50,000 loss at the home. Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
The man suspected of shooting a Lummi Nation police officer this week has made his first court appearance and is charged with attempted murder. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports after authorities found him, he gave them a fake name.
Whatcom County Sheriff Danelle Tanksley says as the officer approached a Ford Ranger that was crashed into a ditch outside of Bellingham, the driver fired off 10 shots, hitting the officer 7 times. Detectives tracked him to a friend's house in Ferndale. Fingerprints confirm he is Jesus Penuelas Agramon, a convicted felon wanted out of Colorado.
And also wanted for a parole violation of dangerous drugs and possession of a firearm.
He's being held without bail. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
An Edmonds woman vacationing in Hawaii found herself seeking higher ground Tuesday after tsunami warnings started going off. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
Liz Malici arrived on the island of Kauai Tuesday. She had heard about the earthquake off Russia and the possibility of a tsunami, but didn't think much of it until tsunami warning sirens started going off.
With a warning of, 3 hours till the first wave, 2 hours till the first wave, and then we got down to it and it's like 15 minutes until the first wave.
Liz decided to head to higher ground like a lot of other tourists, and what should have been a 20-minute trip took more like 2 hours. Ultimately, the impact of the tsunami on Kauai was minimal, and the all clear was given Wednesday morning. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
The Mariners made a massive move yesterday to bolster their roster, and his name is familiar with many fans in Seattle.
Swing on its way, left center field. Suarez tags it deep by the wall. Walk it off.
Eugenio Suarez reunites with his former team in the biggest trade move of the season so far. In the return for the slugging third baseman, the Mariners are reportedly sending Arizona Diamondbacks first baseman Tyler Locklear and right-handed relievers Hunter Creighton and Juan Bargos. Suarez was a fan favorite during his time in Seattle, and this season he is one of the best batters in baseball with 36 home runs and 87 RBIs. According to 710 Seattle Sports, the trade is pending a medical review from Suarez, who has been nursing a slight hand injury. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Some drive times right now. Tacoma to Seattle, about 27 minutes. Puyallup to Renton, 18. Renton to Bellevue, also about 16 minutes right now. Everett to Seattle, about 23 minutes. And for your forecast, more clouds today and cooler temperatures with some showers and thunderstorms in the mountains. A few of those showers could drift over the lowlands. Sunshine this afternoon with a high in the 80s. Right now, it's about 60 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna breaks down the latest updates to the Trump administration's push to end the birthright citizenship here in the U.S. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
You listen to John Curley every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
Here's how I start my morning. Get my pot of coffee going, and then I turn on Seattle's Morning News. I listen to Charlie and Manda. This is how I prep for my show, because I know those guys have, hundreds of years of experience, although Manda looks better than Charlie. I'm going to get the straight news.
Experience matters. Seattle's Morning News, weekday mornings 6 to 9 on KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, and the KIRO News Radio app.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country, you're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Save $35 on your American flag set when you go to showallegiance.com.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we provide top-quality windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and stay clear with low-maintenance glass. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Upgrade your view and comfort with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Buy one window or door, get the second at 50% off through July, and enjoy 12 months same as cash financing. For details, visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
If you're traveling through the SCA airport this summer, use the new Security Checkpoint 1 at the south end of baggage claim. Just one of the many upgrade SCA projects taking your airport from now to wow. Stay up to date on all airport projects by following @FlySEA.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's Morning News.
Charlie will be back next week. Glad to have you with us. Well, last week, a federal appeals court once again blocked President Trump's attempt to repeal birthright citizenship, an executive order the Trump administration has been pushing to dismantle the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. 22 states, including Washington, are plaintiffs in the case suing the Trump administration to block the order. This week, we received some new information on how President Trump's plans to fulfill the executive order would unfold. So let's bring in former State Attorney General Rob McKenna to help us sort this out. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning.
Let's start with where we currently stand with this executive order. That appeals court blocked the order temporarily, but it's still very much alive, right?
Well, the cases are alive, and there are several of them. As you pointed out, this is about the 14th Amendment that says that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. The administration's arguing that people who are here, who are undocumented, who came in illegally, are not, quote, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States that runs up against precedent and executive policy and a lot of other things going back over a century, but that's their argument. So when they went to the Supreme Court earlier this year, they just focused on whether or not federal district judges can issue what are called universal injunctions blocking this executive order nationwide, even though they're blocking it in a case brought by a handful of individuals and by a couple dozen states. And the Supreme Court did two things on June 27th in their opinion on Trump v. CASA. One, they said, a federal district judge cannot issue a universal injunction. It exceeds their authority when you're talking about a handful of individuals. But they were sent back to the lower court the question of whether or not a universal injunction could issue in a case brought by the states. So, that they also said that individuals could bring a class action, and the class action could result in a nationwide injunction. So we have two things going on. We have the states continuing to pursue their lawsuit, including Washington State, and that was the case in the Ninth Circuit that just had a ruling. And you have a class action that's been certified on behalf of babies who are born. Both of those things are moving forward, even though the Trump v. CASA decision, came out and said you can't have universal injunctions. Notwithstanding that ruling, you have courts saying, okay, we're following the order of the Supreme Court, and now we're issuing universal injunctions under that ruling from June 27th.
Is there any timeline in place for how the executive order would come to fruition?
Not that I'm aware of. I haven't read any details about it. I think at this point the administration is focused on trying to clear the legal hurdles, and I haven't heard a lot about implementation. But obviously the states, including Washington and the other 21 states in that lawsuit, are very concerned about its implementation. I mean, if a baby is born in Washington State, U.S. citizen, baby born in Idaho, because they're not part of this lawsuit, not U.S. citizen, it's really problematic for them.
We're speaking with former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. What are the ramifications here? Would this mean there's something for other amendments in the Constitution if this order gets through?
That's a really good question. If the Supreme Court decides that, the executive branch can effectively rewrite a clause of the Constitution, what other clauses will the administration try to rewrite? I mean, that's a key question here. Keep in mind, of course, that on June 27th, the Supreme Court didn't rule on the substance of the executive order. They didn't rule on the Trump administration's interpretation of the 14th Amendment. They only ruled on what the administration asked them to rule on at that time, which was the scope of universal injunction. So we haven't crossed that bridge, but it's pretty obvious that we're headed that direction because now we have these new nationwide injunctions that have been issued by the Ninth Circuit and by a district court judge in the class action. So the substantive question would seem to be headed back to the Supreme Court maybe as early as this year.
Break out your crystal ball. How do you see this eventually unfolding?
I have a hard time believing the Supreme Court is going to agree with the executive order's interpretation of subject to the jurisdiction of. It not only is the language plain, there's a lot of history around the 14th Amendment. We know that it was written to, for example, exempt the children of foreign diplomats who are stationed in the United States. They clearly wouldn't be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. And they also, at that time, were exempting members of Native American tribes. But no one ever thought back when the 14th Amendment was drafted that it would apply to people who came into the country, with or without documentation. Of course, in the 1860s, there wasn't a lot of documentation involved in immigrating to the United States. So more recently, you have court cases saying, you're subject, you come here legally or illegally, you are subject to the jurisdiction of this country. I mean, we clearly believe that when we subject people who are here illegally to legal process.
All right. We'll see. Rob, we always appreciate you helping us sort these things out. Former State Attorney General Rob McKenna.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, more clouds today and cooler temperatures with some showers and a chance of isolated thunderstorms in the mountains. Sunshine this afternoon with highs in the low 80s. Right now, it's about 60 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Tech Talk from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey this week with a big look at Alaska Airlines' outage from earlier this month and the shockwaves it sent throughout airports around the country. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your child is 18, and suddenly you no longer have legal access access to their medical info, even in an emergency. No health decisions, no financial help, nothing, unless you plan ahead. That's why Trust and Will created the Young Adult Plan. It includes HIPAA authorization, healthcare directives, and power of attorney. Everything your child needs to stay protected and stay connected. Go to trustandwill.com and get your Young Adult Plan for just $69. Because turning 18 shouldn't mean cutting parents out of the picture. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. See website for details.
Trust and Will.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
Dayandnight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. It's the final days of the warehouse clearance sale with savings up to 25% on brand new 2024 heat pumps and ACs while supplies last. And PSC customers, listen up. Add AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. That's over $2,000 in savings. For heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, trust Home Comfort Alliance. Go to HomeComfortAlliance.com and tell them John Curley sent you.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Protecting your home has never been easier, thanks to our flexible financing options that can fit any budget. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, attic insulation, and even prevent moss without straining your wallet. Plus, it's all backed by our Guardian Guarantee. Why wait? Start guarding your home today. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit GuardianRoofing.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. President Trump's tariffs on imports from dozens of countries are set to take effect tomorrow. Bank Alliance President Lori Bettinger says price increases may not be sudden, but Americans can expect a change over time.
In anticipation of tariffs, if expecting to pay more for imports, a lot of companies sort of try to build up their inventory, the amount of items that they have available to sell to all of us. So I think that in many cases, people have been able to delay price increases. But over time, I don't know if that's sustainable.
Uncertainty over tariffs pushed the Federal Reserve to hold interest rates steady again yesterday, ignoring pressure from the White House to lower rates. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown is suing the USDA along with 20 other states.
This is over a new rule requiring states to hand over personal data on millions of Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, recipients. The lawsuit claims the directive violates privacy laws and was enacted without public input. In Washington, more than 1.2 million people could be affected.
That's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay. The USDA has not responded publicly. Democratic lawmakers are not holding back about proposed cuts to medical research funding. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner has more.
The Trump administration is proposing a 40% budget cut for the National Institutes of Health, positioning the slash as a way to reduce the national deficit while also canceling grants related to DEI and gender identity research. Congresswoman Kim Schreier says she adamantly opposes a sweeping approach.
The way to make those cuts is to do it with a scalpel and not with a chainsaw.
She made the comment while touring the Fred Hutch Cancer Center Wednesday, calling the proposed cuts and those already with the big beautiful bill morally repugnant. Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
Fire crews are battling intense conditions on the Bear Cloach fire near Lake Cushman, which is now nearly 2,000 acres. Fire spokesperson Jacqueline Swap says the fire is spreading through treetops and steep terrain.
We were showing that fire had crossed over part of the main river there on the Skokomish.
Level 3 evacuations are active in Lake Cushman with Level 1 alerts to the south. Level 3 means go now. The fire is only 8% contained. It was human caused. The Seahawks are hanging on to their general manager a little while longer. The team extended John Snyder's contract through 2031. Schneider thanked Hawks owner Jody Allen on our sister station 710 Seattle Sports.
Grateful for Jody and the trust that she's put in myself and Coach Mike, and yeah, excited to keep rocking this thing.
Schneider joined the Hawks in 2010 and helped build a Super Bowl winner 4 years later. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Federal Way to Seattle about 25 minutes right now. Federal Way to SeaTac about 11 minutes. Redmond to Seattle 31. Everett to Bellevue about 31 minutes. And Marysville to Seattle about 34 minutes right now. And for your forecast, more clouds today, cooler temperatures. A few showers could drift over the lowlands. Sunshine expected this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 80s. Right now, it's about 60 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio App. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
This week in Tech Talk, thousands of Alaska Airlines passengers recently found themselves stranded, some for days, after a 3-hour-long ground stoppage and a logjam of flights. So what exactly happened? KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey asked an expert.
More than 15,000 passengers across the country stranded.
They're now telling us we're leaving Tuesday night at 11:59 at night.
200 flights canceled.
They're not giving us anything. There's no hotel.
And lines at SeaTac were around the corner overnight and into the next day.
We have no idea where our bags are. Nobody here will tell us where they are. We've asked. I went downstairs to check for them. Nobody will give us anything.
When news that Alaska Airlines grounded all their flights 2 weeks ago because of an IT outage, many experts first thought the cause must have been a cyber attack.
Oh, great. Was it some type of breach? Was it some type of vulnerability? Was it some type of third party that got into it?
Then, hours later, when the airline explained in a statement it wasn't a cyber attack, but a critical piece of data center hardware manufactured by a third party that experienced an unexpected failure. Ted Blair, CEO of Tech Mafia, a company that provides cybersecurity protection and IT solutions, told me
it could be, yes.
However, a better guess, he said, was instead of just a hardware issue, maybe ultimately it was a software issue because
all hardware runs on software.
And he said it's possible new software was sent to the data center hardware device and didn't take right away.
So even though we call it hardware, there's always software running on the hardware side of it. And the vulnerability can come from the hardware side, but more often than not, it comes from updates or patches to the software that runs the hardware side of it.
Alaska Airlines says the interruption impacted several key systems that allow them to run various operations. They also say the safety of their flights was never compromised. Today, most large corporations store their data in the cloud, which means they store different data in multiple data centers located around the world, which is a lot safer than storing it on a single server in one building where bad guys can easily find it. Alaska's vice president of IT says over the last 10 years, the airline has been moving its data used to do everything from ticket purchasing to baggage claims from their own data centers to Microsoft Azure. In a statement, a Microsoft spokesperson tells me Microsoft didn't have any additional information to provide at this time, but they also said Alaska Airlines' statement had all the answers to all of our questions regarding a possible data center issue, meaning a single hiccup made by a single third-party company, not Alaska and not Microsoft, ultimately caused hundreds of planes to stop right where they were, which in the end cost thousands of passengers their time and patience, and the company millions of dollars.
That is KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey. Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
Get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This is the story of Julie Guillot. She's a Leukemia and Lymphoma Society advocate and the mother of a child who battled blood cancer.
Zach was diagnosed with AML, a deadly leukemia, when he was only 5. While the treatment really attacked the cancer, unfortunately it also attacked his body. Uncontrollable fevers, terrible nosebleeds, and his skin was burned from the inside out. He died at just 9 years old, really from the treatment that was meant to save him.
The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society was founded 70 years ago by parents who also lost their child to cancer. Today, we're pioneering breakthrough treatments for kids with cancer.
We are so close to finding better treatments for kids with cancer. So it's too late to save Zach, but working together, we can save thousands of kids just like him.
Visit LLS.org and save a child's life.
For the news you trust.
Breaking news we are getting.
Experience matters.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo.
James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Good morning. I'm Heather Bosch.
Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
We're on YouTube, our app, and 97.3 FM.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
For more than 75 years, the VA Home Loan Benefit has helped millions of eligible veterans and service members achieve their piece of the American dream, a home for their families. Did you know that you could purchase a home or refinance your current home loan with your VA Home Loan Benefit? VA home loans have lower closing costs and generally enjoy lower interest rates than other borrowers. The VA home loan may save you thousands of dollars on your mortgage. For more information, visit www.va.gov or talk to a lender of your choice. Choose VA.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise. There's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
CBS News Brief. An Arkansas man is now under arrest in the killings of a married couple in front of their 2 young daughters last Saturday. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
For a family to have to go through and deal with that level of tragedy is something that no one should ever experience.
The NTSB is holding hearings on the deadly mid-air collision of a passenger jet and an Army helicopter near Washington, D.C. last January. Chair Jennifer Homendy.
It's always easy for people to focus on there was a pilot error here. We don't know. We're going to look. But it's possible there was zero pilot error here.
The Federal Reserve did not lower interest rates. As correspondent Nancy Cortez reports, consumers are watching their wallets.
In a new CBS News poll, 51% of Americans say they plan to pull back on optional purchases in the next few months. Only 8% plan to buy more.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
For your KIRO Newsradio forecast, a few sunshine this afternoon with some high clouds in the low 80s. Right now, it's about 60 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, we hear from Eric Thomas, an advocate for job seekers and the founder of Truth in Job Advertising and Accountability Act, about the new legislation that looks to curb ghost job postings. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
10-time MLB All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove Award winner, MLB single-season hit leader, a one-of-a-kind player.
And there it is! He's a new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Head to T-Mobile Park in August as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities kick off with a 3-day Ichiro Hall of Fame Funko Pop giveaway, Tuesday, August 5th through Thursday, August 7th. On Friday, August 8th, arrive early to score a 2004 Ichiro jersey like the one he wore when he broke the MLB single-season hit record. Saturday, August 9th, will feature Ichiro's pregame number retirement ceremony, and the first 20,000 fans on Sunday the 10th will take home a replica of his Cooperstown plaque. It's going to be legendary.
On a tremendous throw by Ichiro. He threw something out of Star Wars.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
Hey there, Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Want to keep your home happy and prevent roof water damage? The answer is gutters. So if you're looking for gutter installation, cleaning, gutter guards, or repair, Guardian is here to the rescue. With Guardian's exclusive gutter and gutter protection systems, we are able to provide our own 30-year no-clog guarantee on all gutter systems we install. Call today and get $250 off a gutter guard installation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
I always say, know where your food comes from. And for the best tasting food, choose locally fresh. Hartley here from Wilcox Family Farms. When you choose food from local family farmers like Wilcox, you support the local economy with jobs and promote environmental sustainability. Wilcox is committed to organic, humane practices that keep our hens healthy and help preserve the land. So our family can keep on producing great eggs for another 100 years. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Well, if you are looking for a job, this might hit a nerve. A new survey from ResumeBuilder.com says 4 out of 10 companies post jobs they never plan to fill. They're called ghost jobs. They are quite controversial. And Eric Thompson is with truthinjobads.org to talk more about this. Eric, thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Can you just better explain what ghost jobs are?
Absolutely. Ghost jobs initially started with small startup firms trying to attract venture capital investments. The growth, the need for employees was always considered to be a positive sign for a startup. And so they started publishing ads purely to attract venture capitalists to come in and invest. Then it became more of a resume gathering and kind of building a stable of available talent and to see what was out there doing resume and salary negotiation research for HR firms. As we saw the cost to entry and the cost to advertise jobs drop, especially with the removal of recruiters from the process who weren't getting paid for it anymore, this became more and more prevalent. And it also became a weapon against current employees, because now you can say, well, we have 30 people lined up to take your job. And we actually see that in several different companies.
Are these more prevalent in certain industries?
It started off really becoming prevalent, widespread with the event of COVID and the remote workers. And that is where we saw it initially balloon up. People were trying to jump ship, go to remote work. And when they started reaching out, they were finding these jobs were staying open for months, if not years. That companies never had an intent to fill them, but companies were putting out the feelers all the same.
I like to consider myself an honest person, and the truth is sometimes fleeting these days. To me, this just seems like lying.
It is. It's fraud, and across the board. You are misrepresenting the growth of your company. You're misrepresenting the availability of a job to someone. It would be no different than you putting out a product for sale on a showroom floor and then getting people's interest to come in and see it, and then not having the product to sell.
Are there any are people losing money? Are there numbers on this?
There's no, the biggest problem we have right now is proving that this problem exists. We've found where people admit that it exists. We have individual job seekers that have tracked it, and not just one. We're talking about hundreds of people who've tracked it and been able to prove that these jobs just don't exist, even though they're posted. But we don't have anything governmental that says this exists and that this happened. It's a lot of testimonials mostly found online, and that's what our group is currently wrapping up as those testimonials to take to our legislatures to get political action on it.
And your group is truthinjobads.org. I'm speaking with Eric Thompson this morning. So tell me about the Truth in Job Advertising and Accountability Act.
So we started this about 18 months ago. I had a good friend who lost his job. He spent about 9 months on the market looking, and he was complaining. And I was like, well, that doesn't really exist. And I didn't believe it. So we went out in a few hours, started looking to try to help him find a job, because the easiest way to find a job is to be referred into a position. We started looking, we found out this was bad. And then last October, the startup I was looking for went under. And, well, it didn't go under, but it restructured. And we started looking at finding a job. And I started running into things. And I started documenting. And then a couple of other people that I worked with were in the same boat. We really started coming up with what we needed to do. We did not want to control the way companies do business, but what we went back to and said, what we need to do is slap a nutrition label on every job. And that's what the TJAAA really focuses on, is making sure that companies who advertise, recruiters who advertise, and job boards who repeat the job advertisement are all accurate and complete in what they're saying. And that companies aren't just putting things out there. We do time limit the job application, or the job advertisement, so that you can only apply and have it posted for 90 days at a time. And if they repost it, they have to tell us, so that you're not looking at a job that's been out there for 2 years. And the only way you can know it's been out there for 2 years is if you've been doing the research. Certain job boards are starting to put stuff out there, but not enough.
I haven't heard a lot of people talking about this. It is very concerning to me. Where does the legislation stand right now?
So several states are further along than the national. We got looked at it, approaching it, because most of us are based here in Virginia, attacking it at a state level, and we found that was pretty much impossible to do, that there was no real way to do it. There are several states, California, New Jersey, Texas, that have gone and started progressing. We have a similar legislation that just passed up in Canada, and we said from a national level, that's where we need to address. So we went live with our legislative outreach in June. We have since then met with over 50 congressmen's offices. We have met with the administration briefly, and we are seeing a real grassroots campaign come up and trying to drive it forward. Our goal is to have it onto the House floor with a sponsor in the next session.
Are you confident that'll happen?
Yes, because we found that the other House members had already pursued similar legislation in the past, and it kind of died because they had other priorities in the last session. And so we're building on that momentum and growing. It's a true bipartisan issue. We have, of our responses back, it's a 50-50 split down the board between Republicans and Democrats. So we feel that it has energy, and it's been a known problem for a few years. The Congressional Research Service, the CRS, actually on their website posted an article about ghost jobs in 22. So they knew it existed then, and it of course exists now. What we hear most of the time when we go and actually talk to a labor staff or a member of the caucus is that they're aware of the issue, or they know somebody who's been affected by it, and they're pushing to go. They're looking to push forward, but they really wanted a grassroots campaign, which is what we are.
With so many people looking for jobs right now, this is a real eye-opener, and I appreciate your time. Where can our listeners and viewers find some more information?
So our website is truthinjobads.org. You can go out there. There is all of our supporting documentation is out there, along with a copy of the bill itself. You can just download it and read it.
Eric, I appreciate your time. Eric Thompson with truthinjobads.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, more clouds today and cooler temperatures with some showers and thunderstorms in the mountains. A few of those showers could drift over to the lowlands. Sunshine this afternoon with highs in the low 80s. Right now, it's 60 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
You listen to the John Curley Show every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
I listen to Charlie and Manda, get my pot of coffee going, then turn on Seattle's Morning News, and I begin to build my show that way. And you want straight news without opinion, just giving it to you with the facts. There's only one place to go, Seattle's Morning News.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute. Seattle's Morning News and the John Curley Show on KIRO News Radio. Download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafi from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Aaron Granillo.
Your best source for local news.
Newly released police video shows the arrest of a 17-year-old.
KIRO News Radio.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
When I was in the market for a new car, I wanted to buy from a dealership that had the best selection and value, outstanding customer service, and a sterling reputation. That is exactly what I found at Carter Subaru. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. Over the years, our family has purchased 2 Outbacks from Carter Subaru, and we plan to be customers again in the future. With over 200 new vehicles in stock, they've got what you're looking for today, including the 2025 Outback with 1.9% financing for 48 months on approved credit. And right now, you can also get the 2024 Crosstrek with 2.9% APR for 48 months OAC. As a family-owned business, they take great pride in making car buying a hassle-free experience. Shop with the Carter Subaru Advantage and enjoy valet parking at their Ballard dealership and at-home delivery across all their locations. Visit Carter Subaru Shoreline or Carter Subaru Ballard today.
The funk is back. Confunction hits Dimitro's Jazz Alley this week, July 31st to August 3rd, for 6 soul-shaking shows. Original members, timeless hits. This is R&B Royalty Live. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The clock is ticking for trade deals a day before President Trump's August 1st deadline. He's advising Americans not to fear.
Critics said that our tariffs would hurt the economy, but the data shows the exact opposite.
The White House says South Korea is the latest among 11 trading partners to reach an agreement. Seoul settled for 15% tariffs. President Trump says Canada has made a deal very hard after Prime Minister Mark Carney announced his country would recognize a Palestinian state.
This intention is predicated on the Palestinian Authority's commitment to much-needed reforms, including commitments by the Palestinian Authority's President Abbas to fundamentally reform its governance, to hold general elections in 2026 in which Hamas can play no part.
State police in Arkansas have arrested a 28-year-old man in a barbershop in Springdale in the murders of a husband and wife in Devil's Den State Park in front of their 2 young daughters. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
We ask that every Arkansan remember this family and lift them up in prayer and offer condolences and comfort to them in any way that you can.
The girls escaped uninjured. Police have not announced a possible motive. A funeral service is getting underway right now in New York City for the police officer among 4 people shot and killed this week at a Midtown office building. The NYPD's Diderol Islam was a father of 2 with another child on the way. CBS New York's Christina Fan is in the Bronx.
Officers are getting ready to shut down the streets surrounding the mosque where the funeral will be held. They're also busy bringing out barricades to better protect the hundreds of mourners who are expected to attend this prayer service.
Another weight loss drug may be good for your heart.
In a new clinical study, Eli Lilly found its GLP-1 weight loss drug Mounjaro is 16% more effective than its type 2 diabetes drug Trulicity at reducing deadly heart attacks or strokes. Lilly claims Mounjaro can be a frontline treatment for people with cardiovascular disease and type 2 diabetes. The drug maker did not say when it hopes to get FDA approval for that. Mounjaro's main competitor, Ozempic, is already approved to help prevent cardiovascular events. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
If you live in the Northeast, you might want to grab an umbrella and some waterproof shoes before you head out. CBS meteorologist David Parkinson expects heavy rain.
The big threat today into tomorrow is a level 3 out of 4 risk for flash flooding in the Northeast corridor from Newark, New Jersey, down to the southern suburbs of Washington, D.C.
Dow futures are up 115. S&P futures ahead 60. NAS futures up 317. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Good morning, Nate. It's 6:03. A small plane has crashed into a home in Chelan County. We'll get more on that in a moment. But first, let's check the roads. We head for the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Amanda. We're off to a pretty good start. If you're going to be heading down I-5 into Seattle, I suggest you get going because we're already starting to see a little bit of a backup approaching Northgate. And we've got about a 40-minute trip from Everett into Seattle. Everett to Bellevue, about 35. So we're starting to kind of see what we might expect for a heavier day down through that construction zone. Looking at northbound I-5, Federal Way to Seattle, about 40 minutes. Not too bad. Valley Freeway's running around 35. Renton to Bellevue, haven't quite heated up yet through those S-curves. We've got about a 17-minute trip for you guys. Across the lake, we're doing fine. Olympia to Tacoma, we're starting to see some brake lights through the basin of Nisqually, but overall about a 40-minute trip for you guys from Olympia to Tacoma. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 6:04. Sheriff's deputies in Chelan County are working to uncover what caused a small plane to crash right into a home. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live with the latest.
Yesterday afternoon, deputies say that small plane crashed really close to the airport there in Kashmir. I mean, less than 3 football fields away from the runway. If you look at video of the plane, you can see the cockpit kind of pierced through the roof of a single-story home. Then it looks like the wings stopped it right in place, right above a sliding glass door. We're going to get a photo of that up for you really quickly here on MyNorthwest.com. Deputies say there were people inside that home at the time. Nobody was hurt. The 2 people inside the plane were injured. One of them was airlifted all the way to Harborview Medical Center, the other taken to a local hospital. Their conditions are unknown, but if one of them was airlifted some 130 miles to Harborview's ER, I mean, that's telling about their condition. It's not clear if the pilot was landing or just took off. The NTSB and FAA are now part of that investigation.
All right, Luke, thank you. We have developing news this morning from Beacon Hill. Just getting word crews are responding to a fire in a detached garage of a home in the 2300 block of 17th Avenue South. Again, this is on Beacon Hill. It went to 2 alarms. Crews are on the scene, and Seattle Fire is asking you to avoid the area. Crews also responded to a fire on Capitol Hill on Pike Street last night in a commercial building. No injuries there. Well, this all comes after 2 fires early yesterday morning in Seattle. A masked arsonist is responsible for at least one of them. Detective Eric Munoz says the suspect was seen on a traffic camera.
There is SDOT camera footage and additional video surveillance footage that we've uncovered that we believe depicts a suspect in what is an intentional act of arson.
The first fire was set at the Columbia Funeral Home. Flames rose 2 stories and left $300,000 in damage behind. About an hour later, another fire was started at a home under construction in Mount Baker. That fire was also set on purpose. The fire department says not only did that fire cause nearly $50,000 in damage, it also forced nearby homes to evacuate briefly and led to downed power lines. There were no injuries and no arrests yet. The Bear Gulch fire near Lake Cushman has exploded now to nearly 2,000 acres. Level 3 go-now evacuations are in place for the Dry Creek Trail area. Fire spokesperson Jacqueline Swope says crews are reinforcing lines and using drones to track the fire's aggressive movement.
We can always hope that it won't get worse from here, but as far as the weather goes, it is supposed to continue to be warm and dry, so we're going to expect to have more activity.
Yeah, that fire is only 8% contained at this point. No buildings have been damaged. The fire was started by people, but the exact cause is under investigation.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, good morning. It is 6:07. It's Thursday, the last day of July. Blues are going to be buzzing around town practicing today. Just a heads up on that. Glad to have you with us. Charlie Harger will be back next week on Manda Factor. Sully's here checking the roads for us every 10 minutes. Producer David Burbank is here. Katrina Gishard is also at the news desk, and Nick Krasha is running the board. Sully, you have a choke point coming up.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at what's next for light rail. Heading up into Everett, they're starting to look that direction out of Linwood.
All right. This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. Also coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey with a Tech Talk, a closer look at what went wrong with the grounded Alaska Airlines flights earlier this month. It's now 6:07. An Edmonds woman vacationing in Hawaii was forced to head to higher ground after the tsunami warnings were issued on the island of Kauai. Liz Malici arrived on the island Tuesday. She had heard about the 8.8 quake off the coast of Russia and the possibility of a tsunami, and then the warning siren started going off.
There was some fear, there was some anxiety of what if this happens? Because your mind does flash back to Indonesia. We've seen the images, we've seen those horrific stories and tragedies that have happened in the past, and so your mind does go there.
Liz made it to higher ground at a friend's house. She stayed the night, and the all clear was given yesterday morning. There are new details in a deadly RV hit-and-run accident. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas went through the charging documents.
The suspect told officers he was so drunk he didn't remember hitting anything. Daniel Hayes is now charged with vehicular homicide, among other charges. Police say last Thursday he bought a six-pack at a gas station, drank the entire thing, and then started driving his RV. A little while later, several witnesses, including the suspect's wife, watched a woman get crushed under a truck. Police say Hayes crashed into parked cars, pushing them on top of the victim. He was arrested hours later, still showing signs of intoxication.
A man is dead after being hit and dragged by a car in Everett. Police say this happened early Sunday morning about 4:30 in South Everett. The victim was found near 7th Avenue Southeast. Officers believe he was hit 2 blocks away at Casino Road and 5th Avenue West. The car kept going, dragging the man before leaving him on the roadside. According to the Everett Herald, he died at the scene. Tuesday, police found the suspect's car and a possible driver. They say video, community tips, and license plate cams helped crack that case. The man suspected of shooting a Lummi Nation police officer this week made his first court appearance yesterday and is now charged with attempted murder. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports after authorities found him, he gave them a fake name.
Whatcom County Sheriff Danelle Tanksley says as the officer approached a Ford Ranger that was crashed into a ditch outside of Bellingham, the driver fired off 10 shots, hitting the officer 7 times. Detectives tracked him to a friend's house in Ferndale. Fingerprints confirm he is Jesus Penuelas Agramon, a convicted felon wanted out of Colorado.
And also wanted for a parole violation of dangerous drugs and possession of a firearm.
He's being held without bail. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
The King County Superior Court accidentally released a convicted rapist who has a long history of criminal convictions. We get more on this from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
On June 11th, Noel Stepney was convicted of second-degree rape, but was still allowed to post bail on July 26th. In an exclusive interview with the Jason Rant Show on KTTH, Casey McNursney with the King County Prosecutor's Office tells us what happened.
The defendant's pretrial bail remained in place. He posted bond on that $75,000. Prosecutors made a motion for a bench warrant, and police are tracking him down now.
Washington law states courts shall not release someone convicted of second-degree rape during the time between their conviction and their sentencing. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Overall, crime in the city of Bellevue is down 25% during the first 6 months of this year compared to last. Burglaries, robberies, thefts, and fraud are down 31%. Drugs and weapons violations down 11%. The only increase is with assaults and violations of protective orders. Bellevue PD's Drew Anderson says plans are in the works to reverse that downward trend.
We're in the process of hiring an advocate to help really create those relationships within parties affected and help kind of mitigate those statistics.
A recent survey by the Bellevue Chamber of Commerce found 91% of residents feel safe in their neighborhoods. The Mariners made a massive move yesterday to bolster their roster, and his name is familiar for many fans in Seattle.
Swing on its way, left center field. Suarez tags it deep by the wall. Walk it off. Hey,
Eugenio Suarez reunites with the former team in the biggest trade move of the season so far. In return for the slugging third baseman, the Mariners are reportedly sending the Diamondbacks first baseman Tyler Locklear and right-handed relievers Hunter Cranton and Juan Burgos. Suarez was a fan favorite during his time in Seattle. This season, he's one of the best batters in baseball, 36 home runs, 87 RBIs. According to 710 Seattle Sports, the trade is pending a medical review from Suarez. He has been nursing a slight hand injury. And on to football, the Seahawks hanging on to their general manager. The team extended John Schneider's contract through 2031. Schneider thanked Hawks owner Jody Allen on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Grateful for Jody and the trust that she's put in myself and Coach Mike, and yeah, excited to keep rocking this thing.
Schneider joined the Hawks in 2010 and helped build a Super Bowl winner just 4 years later. It's 6:12, and that's time to check the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors, and time to say good morning to KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard. Hello.
Hello. We're talking about some clouds pushing through right now. No big deal, though, because it's just from some moisture south of us. And at times, we'll see some showers and thunderstorms east of the Cascades and in the Cascades. That's not a great thing because There will potentially be some lightning, but I think we will stay mainly dry. You might just see a shower or two drift off the mountains later today, but that would be the exception to the rule where most of us will just see clouds early. Then we'll go with partly cloudy weather this afternoon and a little bit cooler. Highs went from 85 yesterday and in the upper 80s around the South Sound to more like 83, 82 today in Seattle and more like, 84, 85 around Olympia at the highest. So it is going to be a little bit cooler. Tomorrow, we're going with some morning clouds, afternoon sun, and I expect to hold that pattern through the weekend. You're not going to have widespread sunshine this weekend. I think you'll still see sun breaks in the afternoon. So for Seafair, mid-70s, and yes, you'll see sun, but it's not going to be just completely clear the way it has been. I don't think the clouds today will impact the Blue Angels. The only thing that would is if we happen to see any showers that drift off the mountains, but it's not a very good shot for that, so the chances are pretty low. Otherwise, we'll see a little more sunshine this afternoon and just keep that cool down going. 80s today, 70s this weekend.
Are you ready for the roar in the skies?
Always, as long as I'm not in it to throw up and pass out a bunch.
Thank you. First practice, by the way, is 11 o'clock this morning. Right now, we have clear skies for the most part. It's 65 in Seattle. And time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And we are already seeing the volumes building on southbound I-5 approaching Northgate, where the express lanes are not open again today. And so we are already seeing building volumes back up to about 145th. It's already 45 minutes from Everett into Seattle. Under 40, though, from Everett to Bellevue, so people haven't started bailing yet to 405, but that'll be happening shortly. Looking at the drive up from the south end, we do have some brake lights through Nisqually, but a 40-minute trip from Olympia to Tacoma is not too bad. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running right around 40 minutes. The Valley Freeway, not too bad either. Some brake lights in Auburn, and overall about a 42-minute trip from Puyallup up to Renton. Renton to Bellevue's running about 20. The Lake Bridges are still quiet, so all in all, we're doing okay. But if you plan on heading to Seattle, I'd get going now. This report brought to you by the KIRO Radio Rundown. Text newsletter to 888-973-5476. Subscribe to the daily KIRO News Radio Rundown. Get the latest news and updates on your favorite KIRO News Radio shows straight to your inbox.
It's now 6:15. Well, the speculation about a pop star and a former politician may be headed in the right direction. And here to spread the rumor again this morning, KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard.
That's right. Nothing confirmed, but Justin Trudeau, former Canadian Prime Minister, was spotted at Katy Perry's concert in Montreal last night. All right, again, this just comes 2 days after they were spotted sharing a cozy dinner and drinks in the city, with Perry fresh off a split from Orlando Bloom and Trudeau separated since 2023. Fans are buzzing about the potential of them being, let's say, a power couple. Mm-hmm. Of course, no official word yet, but the internet has already labeled them, get this, True Perry.
Of course. Of course. Did we call it a cozy dinner yesterday, or have we learned more overnight?
We didn't learn more, but I mean, I saw the photos released by TMZ. They were looking very intently into each other's eyes. Plus, they had drinks afterwards. So who knows?
I'll keep spreading the rumors. It's 6:16.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
All right, we are nearly a year into light rail service to Linwood, and Sound Transit is now looking ahead to expanding into Everett. Mr. Sullivan, what's next?
Well, it's really hard to believe, first of all, that we're coming up on that 1 year anniversary. I mean, it's at the end of August. It started just before Labor Day last year. So Sound Transit is now looking at completing what it promised voters in 2016 under ST3, that 16-mile extension from Linwood into downtown Everett. As it sits on paper today, the light rail would run along I-5 from Linwood up to 128th in South Everett, then follow Airport Road to the west up to the Boeing plant right by Payne Field. It would then continue along SR 526 to the east back to I-5 and then into downtown Everett. As many as 7 stations would be built along the corridor. Sound Transit's David Jackson tells me where we are today.
We're in the environmental study period, which broadly speaking, studies the impact of the project on the environment, both the natural environment like wetlands and streams, but also the built environment like historic resources and how transportation will work once this thing is done.
Sound Transit has opened a month-long public comment period to get your feedback on what this line should look like, everything from potential stations to track alignment.
What we're looking for the public right now is their thoughts, like how they would use this project when it's built. What's the need for it? Thoughts on alignments and station locations, all those things. those things are not set in stone.
I have a link to the preliminary drawings at mynorthwest.com. They include potential station locations where the trains might go. Should the line go across I-5 in multiple places, I mean, to serve the community better? So they've got all sorts of drawings and potentials out there with nothing really, everything's in sand right now. They're trying to figure this out. So the kind of information Sound Transit needs from the public is just pretty much everything about what the needs might be going north from the Linwood area. And Jackson says this line is essential to bringing the community together.
It's about connecting the north part of our region to the rest of the network that already exists, connecting people to jobs, education, healthcare, leisure activities. It's just about, knitting our region together tighter.
Well, Jackson doesn't have a concrete number on what this extension might cost as of today. Some estimates have put it at $5 to $7 billion, with construction to start around 2030, service starting somewhere between 2037 and 2041. So we're talking a long way down the road, but that could also change.
So 37 to 41 is also cost dependent. It's one of the, we have to slow it down because we need money. That could slow things down.
We all remember just how out of line the budget got going into the Linwood area when we had to. They did all that eminent domain and had to buy all the property.
And it took longer than expected.
Yeah, way longer than expected, and way over budget. At least 500 to 800 million over budget. Plus, all the people. They didn't expect the housing to go up like it did, and that was prime real estate. And you look at where the alignment might go up into the Everett area. I mean, right along I-5. It's hard to put something like this in established neighborhoods. But right now, everybody always says they want to talk to Sound Transit and tell them what's what. Now's your chance. And you don't get these chances very often. So go to mynorthwest.com. You have a link. I have a link to the survey plus some of all the drawings, and you could kind of get a look at what's next as we start that next phase. Here in a couple years, but they're already thinking about it.
Did you get any word on southbound kind of expansion, Federal Way Tacoma?
That's also part of the ST3. They haven't quite started a look at that in this. They're doing the environmental studies there as well, but they're waiting for Federal Way to get up and running, which should be later this year, in maybe November, December time frame, and then they'll start looking at what's next, getting us all the way down to Tacoma. So
my wife and I were down in Tacoma last weekend, and there's so much cool stuff down there, and the thought that we wouldn't have to sit in traffic
nice?
And could instead just sit on a light rail train and read a book or whatever.
You're gonna have to
make
be
our way down
patient.
there.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
My daughter will be in her 30s.
Yeah,
by then,
she'll be out of
probably.
college. I was about to. By then, you'll be the voice of Seattle's morning news by then.
All right, well, stand by, Chris, for an update on traffic here in just a couple of minutes. New research from the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety finds the U.S. has a higher highway fatality rate than 29 other wealthy nations.
Pedestrian deaths, cyclist deaths, highway deaths among young people, all up in the U.S., but down in Canada. Insurance Institute for Highway Safety researcher Rebecca Wiest says much of this involves enforcement.
We know that red light cameras reduce crashes. We know that driving faster results in more fatal crashes.
Wiest says among 29 high-income countries, the U.S. has the highest highway fatality rate. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News,
Today,
Detroit.
SpaceX is scheduled to launch a crew of NASA astronauts to the International Space Station aboard a Dragon spacecraft. Here's CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood.
Last fall, astronaut Zena Cardman was bumped from a flight to the International Space Station to help free up seats needed by NASA to bring two stranded Starliner astronauts back to Earth. Cardman never complained, and now her patience is about to be paid off. She's finally launching as commander of the Crew 11 flight to the space station. She's leading a crew of 4 to the outpost, including 2 other crewmates who trained to fly on the Starliner. But Starliner flights are now on hold indefinitely during a continued testing, and the astronauts were assigned to the Crew Dragon instead.
Roughly 70% of Americans say they find interacting with automated phone systems versus human customer support representatives frustrating. CBS's Michael Toscano reports there's a bill in the U.S. Senate to try and fix it.
Comedian Julie Story captures the experience.
Thank you for calling this automated system that sounds like a real person but will be significantly more frustrating for you.
Democratic Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego and West Virginia Republican Senator Jim Justice have introduced a bill to ensure that you can speak to a real human being and one located in the U.S. if that's your preference.
Oh, it sounds like you have a question about your account. Is that right? Yes. Ooh, that's too bad, because now I'm going to take you through prompts that have nothing to do with your question.
The bill would limit federal benefits for companies who ship those jobs overseas.
All of our representatives are busy at this time.
Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
Goodbye.
So frustrating.
Agent!
Who's the 30% that's not frustrated
Right.
by Omni?
Agent! Agent!
Never works, does it?
Representative.
It's 6:23. Let's check the roads. Hopefully that won't be frustrating today.
Oh, it will be.
I know. Sully's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic
And
Desk.
we are dealing with the slowing already from 145th southbound I-5 down past Northgate, where the express lanes are not open. Again, we're running towards the end of week number 2 of this month of hell. We're looking at about 50 minutes now from Everett to Seattle, 40 Everett to Bellevue. So about 10 minutes faster on southbound 405. But again, that's going to probably fill up here shortly. We're also seeing some brake lights right around the Boeing Freeway. Highway 9 in Snohomish, 522 over the Snohomish River are also getting into the act. Northbound I-5 from Olympia to Tacoma is not too bad right now, even through Lacey and Nisqually. So give yourself about 40 minutes, maybe even under, to get up to Tacoma. And then Federal Way to Seattle's a little over 40 minutes. We've got about 25 of those minutes getting you up through South Center. Northbound 167, heavy at 18, plus from 180th on in. Got about a 45-minute trip now up the Valley Freeway. And Renton to Bellevue's a little over 20 minutes, so we're seeing the S-curves active up to about 30th. The Lake Bridges, though, are still in fine shape. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's going to be a lovely day. Partly sunny, 82 for today. We're not looking for much in the way of showers as we thought we would see. They'll stay in the mountains for the most part. For tomorrow, clouds in the morning, sunshine in the afternoon, and 79. The weekend looks terrific. Morning clouds, afternoon sunshine. Right now it is 65 in Seattle. And coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey on Mayor Bruce Harrell's incoming lawsuit against the Trump administration. And we'll get to your opening bell report, too, here on Seattle's Morning News.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
Well, you're getting ready every morning. Make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got up to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877, or visit us online at GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Big time inventory, big time savings. The Kendall Ford of July sales event is on now at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Get in on thousands in savings on new adventure-ready Ford trucks and SUVs. Step up to a Super Duty and save over $7,600 off MSRP on a new 2024 Ford F-350 XL Super Cab 4x4. Or trade in and trade up to a new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend 4x4. Save up to $4,200 off MSRP. After all discounts, you pay just $27,327. Don't miss out on the deals during the Kendall Ford of July sales event. On now at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Stop by today. Kendall. Let's start something great.
VIN number RKF 18183 and SRE 72783. Must have a 1995 or newer trade to qualify for all factory rebates. All factory rebates subject to change. Price does not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee of up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sales, see the details. Offer expires 7/31/25.
If you're traveling through the SCA airport this summer, use the new Security Checkpoint 1 at the south end of baggage claim. Just one of the many upgrade SCA projects taking your airport from now to wow. Stay up to date on all airport projects by following @FlySEA.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Ever wanted to try cold plunge? Our Cold Plunge for a Cause event is the perfect opportunity. Visit our showrooms in August where we have our new Vigor Cold Plunge displayed. Bring your suit and take the plunge. Olympic will donate $50 for every minute you soak to Charity Water. This wonderful nonprofit brings life-giving clean waters to communities around the world. Find details and sign up today at olympichottub.com.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Save up to 25% on new air conditioning and heat pump systems during the final days of Home Comfort Alliance warehouse clearance sale. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 6:30. Coming up, why Seattle is suing President Trump. First, a 2-alarm fire tore through a detached garage and spread to a nearby home on Seattle's Beacon Hill neighborhood. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin is there.
About a dozen fire trucks at least brought here to this area. It was just upgraded to a 2-alarm response, which means they did need to bring in backup, basically, to try to make sure they're getting this fire out. A lot of roads shut down in this neighborhood as well, so keep that in mind if you live around here. Now, I do want to mention that this is the 5th fire in this area just since Saturday. Those previous fires are all being investigated as arson, according to Seattle police.
Seattle Fire also posted on X about a commercial building fire on Capitol Hill last night on East Pike. No injuries there. And as Brooke mentioned, this comes after 2 fires were set in Seattle yesterday morning intentionally. More on that from KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner.
The fiery start to Wednesday began at the Columbia Funeral Home. Surveillance video capturing a masked man setting the century-old business on fire. In the middle of that firefight, crews spotted smoke in the distance. It was coming from another fire at a Mount Baker home about a mile away.
It's fortunate that they saw it because they were able to prevent that fire from spreading to the adjacent home.
A spokesman for the fire department says crews battled both fires for nearly 2 hours. No injuries, but $300,000 in damages to the funeral home. A $50,000 loss at the home. Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle is suing President Trump over his threats to cut off federal funding. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live with more.
Yeah, this lawsuit targets the Trump administration's and Trump's executive orders that threaten access to millions of dollars. Mayor Bruce Harrell and City Attorney Ann Davison are expected to officially announce this lawsuit later this morning. The city relies on those federal funds every year to help pay for a long list of things like public safety, healthcare, housing, transportation, infrastructure. If Seattle doesn't get those funds, Harrell and Davison say that would cause a lot of issues for a lot of people who rely on that money every day. Well, this isn't the first Seattle lawsuit against Trump. In March, the city joined a lawsuit after the administration threatened to yank federal funding if they don't comply with immigration enforcement. Davison, who is a Republican, told the John Curley Show back then withholding funds from cities with sanctuary laws is federal overreach.
Well, it's lawful to be, we call it a welcoming city. It is lawful to be that. 4 out of 5 federal appellate circuit courts have determined these laws are lawful. We are compliant with federal law.
And now here's another lawsuit, this most recent lawsuit that we're talking about. There's a press conference scheduled for 11:30 this morning.
All right, thank you. 21 states, including Washington, are pushing back against a federal rule they believe goes too far. State Attorney General Nick Brown and the other 20 states are suing the USDA over a new policy demanding 5 years of personal data on SNAP recipients, including Social Security numbers and addresses. Brown says it violates privacy laws and threatens funding for states that don't comply. The USDA has yet to comment. And a small plane crashed into a home in Chelan County last night, injuring 2 people on board. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas has more.
People on the plane were hurt. The people inside the home, fortunately not. Now, this home is on Tigner Road in Kashmir around 5:30. It sits right behind the Kashmir Dryden Airport. Right now, it's unclear if the plane was taking off or landing when something went wrong.
The FAA and the NTSB are investigating the cause of that crash. It's 6:33, and that's time to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes for you. Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
All right, the time to get on I-5 southbound has ended. And it's only 6:33 in the morning.
Ago.
Yeah, you got we're backed up to before 175th now in Shoreline, and it's already an hour drive from Everett into Seattle. That's about 20 minutes slower than you might expect at this time of day, but I think it's become quite apparent this is what we're going to be living with the next couple of weeks. By comparison, Everett to Bellevue is running at 45 minutes as people are starting to jump ship and head down that direction. Got a little bit of time to do that as well before it really fills in, but we're dealing with the same deal again. Looking at the rest of the map, we're definitely seeing a lot more action. Travel times are plus or minus about where they should be. If you're up Federal Way to Seattle, you're running 45 to 50 minutes, depending on how you hit the volume at the north end of the Boeing Field area past the West Seattle Bridge. Rented to Bellevue's up to about 25 minutes. No real shockers for you guys there. Federal Way to Seattle's running right around 40 minutes. So, wait a minute, 45 to 50. I just gave you that one. Valley Freeway is running 45 minutes as well. Olympia to Tacoma, no issues for you guys at about 40 minutes. The lake bridges are still quiet. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's going to be a nice day. We'll see some clouds in spots this morning, but sunshine by the afternoon, 82 today. Morning clouds tomorrow for your Friday, but again, afternoon sunshine, 79. Through the weekend, we'll be in the mid and upper 70s with partly to mostly sunny skies both Saturday and Sunday. Perfect weather for Seafair. Right now in Seattle, we have 65 degrees. And it's time for your opening bell report. Microsoft just posted some eye-popping numbers. The company made more than $27 billion in profit last quarter. Revenue hit $76.4 billion. Both numbers beat Wall Street's expectations. Both are the biggest year-over-year jumps Microsoft has seen in more than 2 years. According to the Seattle Times, the company says demand for artificial intelligence and cloud computing is driving growth. Yesterday, despite pressure from the Trump administration, the Federal Reserve said it's keeping its benchmark interest rate unchanged, citing elevated uncertainty, including the potential impact the administration's tariffs will have on consumer prices. Also yesterday, the Bureau of Economic Analysis released preliminary data on GDP between April and June, which appears to have surged after shrinking in the first 3 months of the year. We get more from CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes.
President Trump repeatedly hailed the new GDP numbers, which showed stronger than expected economic growth over the past 3 months. But across town, the Federal Reserve Chair was issuing this warning.
Higher tariffs have begun to show through more clearly to prices of some goods.
Chair Jerome Powell cited Trump's tariffs as a driving force behind the Fed's decision to leave interest rates unchanged for 7 straight months.
We're keeping the rates high, and it's hurting people from buying houses.
President Trump has said he will hold talks with his South Korean counterpart, Lee Jae-myung, while announcing the reduction of U.S. tariffs on South Korean products from 25% to 15%. Reporter Alex Jensen has more from CBS News in Seoul.
The two leaders are set to meet within 2 weeks, with President Trump posting on social media that South Korea is to invest a large sum of money in the U.S., and President Lee celebrating clearing a major hurdle. Alongside the tariff deal, Seoul has already agreed to spend $450 billion on U.S. investments and energy.
An Ivy League institution has come to terms with the Trump administration in a multi-million-dollar agreement.
Brown University has reached a deal with the Trump administration to regain access to federal research funding and end investigations into alleged discrimination. The school agreed to pay $50 million in workforce development grants in Rhode Island over 10 years. The university also agreed to several concessions in line with the Trump agenda, adopting the government's definition of male and female and removing any consideration of race from the admissions process. The school president says the deal preserves Brown's academic independence. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
We have a recall of frozen ground beef to tell you about, and here's CBS's Matt Piper.
Ada Valley Meat Company is recalling more than 1,000 pounds of fully cooked frozen ground beef that may be contaminated with metal. The problem was discovered after someone complained that pieces of metal were found in the beef. The frozen, ready-to-eat item was packed in 20-pound cardboard box cases and shipped to distributors in California, Delaware, Illinois, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Federal health officials say they're concerned some products may be in institutional freezers, urging any place like a restaurant that has the beef not to serve it. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Trading's underway for the day on Wall Street. The Dow is up 71 points at 44,532. S&P 500 up about 43, and the Nasdaq is up 251 right now. A word for KIRO 7 News, live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. Know more, know now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
A new Microsoft report lists the jobs that are safest from AI.
The tech giant looked at anonymous conversations between its AI chatbot, Microsoft Bing Copilot, and its users, and found workers who use AI the least and have the most AI-safe jobs include nursing assistants, painters, embalmers, and tire repairers. Dr. Nariman Farvardin, president of Stevens Institute of Technology, says students need to learn more than skills.
We try to teach students a way to learn on their own for the rest of their lives.
He says people who can innovate alongside AI will be successful. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
It's 6:39. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the drives out of Snohomish County and perhaps some breaking news on the express toll lanes. I'll get to that coming up here in a few moments.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show. Even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO Newsradio app.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Brock Heward. My family did it, and it saved us thousands. You got to do it. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It's free. See how much First Mark can save you and how much better coverage you can get. They work for you. Go to FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
It's 6:43 and time once again to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes for you. Back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Chris Sullivan.
And we got some potential breaking news today.
What could it be?
Well, my drivers are all reporting, and my app confirms that the 405 Express toll lanes today out of Linwood are saying free.
Oh, bonus.
Which is what we were asking last week, if they could do that to maybe ease some of the congestion coming out of Snohomish County.
So did they, or is this a glitch?
I don't know. I've reached out to all my friends and managers at Good to Go to find out, but it'd be weird that it would say free and then still be showing, and my app shows $0, not blocked or HOV only. Yeah, we're looking to get to this, but that could be something. I'm not sure if it'll make much difference because, but at least they won't be forced to pay $15 to buy their way in, because we're already seeing backups that extend from Linwood down through Canyon Park, and a 50-minute trip from Everett to Bellevue, well over an hour from Everett to Seattle. The brake lights begin in Mount Lake Terrace and extend all the way down into the Ravenna neighborhood. So it's off to another rough morning. The rest of the map, not too bad. Renton to Bellevue, about a half an hour. Looking at about 45 to 50 minutes up the Valley Freeway. That's about normal. About 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Often on braking here and there. Big gap in the middle. The lake bridges are good. 18 over Tiger Mountain. Doesn't look too bad either. 16 back and forth between Port Orchard and Tacoma is quiet. Same with the Olympia to Tacoma Drive at about 35 minutes. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
You know what's going to make today really fun?
Blue Angels?
And Seahawks training camp.
Oh, yeah.
At the VMAC.
Love it.
9:45 this morning.
Oh.
First Blues practice is at 11.
Fortunately, they don't close I-90 anymore for the Blues practices.
It's going to be busy, though.
Woo.
It's going to be beautiful. Sunshine by afternoon, 82 today. Tomorrow for your Friday, look for clouds early on, then sunshine in the afternoon and 70. For the weekend, perfect for seafair. Will be partly to mostly sunny with highs in the upper 70s. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 65. It's 6:45. Country star Miranda Lambert turned a viral wardrobe mishap into a moment of pure sass. And KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard is here to tell us about it.
Alrighty, Miranda Lambert is laughing off going viral for her butt cheeks. So during a set on Morgan Wallen's tour stop here in Seattle, the country superstar's lower butt cheeks were seen under her miniskirt. Of course, a fan took a video and posted it. It went everywhere. So she responded on TikTok with a moment of her own. She posted a video of herself walking away with her back to the camera wearing the same exact miniskirt playing this song. So she wrote in the caption, "I've been warning y'all about my backyard swagger since 2014.
You are the sweetest person in the studio, and I never would have imagined you putting those two words together.
Me either, but you know, it's new, so here we are.
Sometimes you just got to push the envelope. It's 6:46, and coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has a tech talk, a closer look at what went wrong with the grounded Alaska Airlines flights earlier this month.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net. Some AC you'll be loving
when your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking,
we're the place to be looking.
Dayandnight.net. Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details. Dayandnight.net.
KIRO News Radio has your chance to win a pregame sideline experience with G. Scott, plus 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks take on the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Head to the KIRO News Radio app, click the Win tab in the bottom of the right corner, and enter for your chance to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter on the KIRO News Radio app, the better your odds. Do it every day, July 30th through August 4th. Details and rules at mynorthwest.com/win.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
If you're traveling through the SCA airport this summer, use the new Security Checkpoint 1 at the south end of baggage claim. Just one of the many upgrade SCA projects taking your airport from now to wow. Stay up to date on all airport projects by following @FlySEA.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. It's been fun meeting people at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, what do the hens eat? Well, Wilcox hens eat natural grains, seeds, and grass. They forage for worms and bugs, and their diet is free from pesticides and fertilizers. For fresh local eggs, look for Wilcox eggs at Safeway, Town & Country Markets, or Amazon Fresh. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
Thanks for being with us. It's 6:49. It is Thursday. And this week in Tech Talk, thousands of Alaska Airlines passengers recently found themselves stranded, some for days, after a 3-hour-long ground stoppage and a logjam of flights. So what exactly happened? KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey asked an expert.
More than 15,000 passengers across the country stranded.
They're now telling us we're leaving Tuesday night at 11:59 at night.
200 flights canceled.
They're not giving us anything. There's no hotel.
And lines at SeaTac were around the corner overnight and into the next day.
We have no idea where our bags are. Nobody here will tell us where they are. We've asked. I went downstairs to check for them. Nobody will give us anything.
When news that Alaska Airlines grounded all their flights 2 weeks ago because of an IT outage, many experts first thought the cause must have been a cyber attack.
Oh, great. Was it some type of breach? Was it some type of vulnerability? Was it some type of third party that got into it?
Then, hours later, when the airline explained in a statement it wasn't a cyber attack, but a critical piece of data center hardware manufactured by a third party that experienced an unexpected failure. Ted Blair, CEO of Tech Mafia, a company that provides cybersecurity protection and IT solutions, told me
it could be, yes.
However, a better guess, he said, was instead of just a hardware issue, maybe ultimately it was a software issue because
all hardware runs on software.
And he said it's possible new software was sent to the data center hardware device and didn't take right away.
So even though we call it hardware, there's always software running on the hardware side of it. And the vulnerability can come from the hardware side, but more often than not, it comes from updates or patches to the software that runs the hardware side of it.
Alaska Airlines says the interruption impacted several key systems that allow them to run various operations. They also say the safety of their flights was never compromised. Today, most large corporations store their data in the cloud, which means they store different data in multiple data centers located around the world, which is a lot safer than storing it on a single server in one building where bad guys can easily find it. Alaska's vice president of IT says over the last 10 years, the airline has been moving its data used to do everything from ticket purchasing to baggage claims from their own data centers to Microsoft Azure. In a statement, a Microsoft spokesperson tells me Microsoft didn't have any additional information to provide at this time, but they also said Alaska Airlines' statement had all the answers to all of our questions regarding a possible data center issue, meaning a single hiccup made by a single third-party company, not Alaska and not Microsoft, ultimately caused hundreds of planes to stop right where they were, which in the end cost thousands of passengers their time and patience, and the company millions of dollars. Yeah, hard to imagine, a single piece of equipment from a single company and maybe, perhaps, a single worker hitting the enter key on a keyboard impacted so many people. We asked Alaska Airlines for a comment, a little more information. They haven't gotten back to us yet.
All right, but that was really frustrating for a lot of people.
It sure was.
Thanks, Luke. Speaking of Alaska Airlines is adding 7 new nonstop routes this October. The airline will connect cities like Burbank, San Diego, and Palm Springs to destinations across Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. It will also include a new ski season flight to Sun Valley. The company says the move strengthens Alaska's footprint in California and boosts travel options for both leisure and business flyers. It's now 6:53. That's time to check traffic. Once again, we do that every 10 minutes on the 3s. And Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And I could use a little help from my KIRO drivers who are out on 405 at this point, trying to tell me exactly what the reader boards say on southbound 405 on the express toll lanes. People are saying it says free. Does it say free to all? Free, HOV only? I need some specificity here. Have your passenger text me, voice to text if you can, because this would be a huge change from the DOT, because last week they said they wouldn't do this to maybe try to help ease traffic on southbound 5 and 405 because of all the work we've been dealing with and the difficult drives out of Snohomish County. So if they did that to help out, that's a positive. 405 is one of the only places where they can waive the tolls like that because it's only congestion pricing. It's not going back to pay for bonds or things like that. So that's it's interesting. But right now we're running about an hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. 405 has got the brake lights away from Linwood through Canyon Park, down through Bothell. I-5, it starts right around the Nile Golf Course, right at the Edmonds exit, and goes all the way into downtown. So kind of a carbon copy of what you expect, though maybe 10 minutes faster than this time yesterday. Renton to Bellevue is about 30 minutes behind that on the Valley Freeway. We've got about a 45-minute trip for you guys. 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. The heaviest part of that drive now is getting past the West Seattle Bridge. The lake bridges continue to be in very good shape. Olympia to Tacoma has no issues. 18 over Tiger Mountain is about what you might expect. Olympia to Tacoma, I just gave you 16. It looks really good as well. So all in all, we're not in that bad of a position. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Oh, someone just texted a picture on our text line, which is 888-973-5476 if you would like to chime in. I can't quite read it, but I'll let you go look at it.
It says free, and then HOV 3 plus free.
Well, that's confusing, isn't it?
So that's totally confusing as well.
Okay,
so
keep
not
digging.
sure.
We're going to be sunny eventually. 82 the high for today. If you're not seeing the sunshine now, you will be soon. For tomorrow, clouds in the morning, sun in the afternoon, and 79 through Seafair weekend. Highs in the upper 70s with partly to mostly sunny skies. Coming up, Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson stops by the studio. Lots of votes in the council this week. A big vote ahead for Nelson's position on the council. She'll join us at 7:15.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show, and even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO Newsradio app.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
At Care Partners Senior Living, we believe in providing quality care at an affordable price. Instead of spending on luxury and expensive art, we invest in our people and accommodations with a focus on compassionate overall health. Our communities offer independent, assisted living, and memory care designed to preserve dignity, independence, in your estate. Affordable, personal, trusted. That's our promise. please give us a call. We have beautiful Care Partners communities throughout Washington and Arizona. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all. Sound like your home? Then call for your free inspection.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump's tariff deadline is just a day away, and CBS News has learned he's planning to speak with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum this morning. Hers is just one of the remaining countries yet to cut deals. Bank Alliance President Lori Bettinger bets it'll lead to higher prices here.
In anticipation of tariffs, of expecting to pay more for imports, a lot of companies sort of try to build up their inventory, the amount of items that they have available to sell to all of us. So I think that in many cases, people have been able to delay price increases. But over time, I don't know if that's sustainable.
Thousands of police officers line the streets outside a mosque in New York City, where a funeral is being held for Officer Didarel Islam, one of 4 people gunned down inside a Manhattan office building this week. Retired NYPD Detective Christopher Panetta is among the mourners.
Unfortunately, we live in a world where no one's immune to this. Like I said, we just have to come together as a community, come together as a family, and take care of one another.
Officer Islam had 2 children and a third on the way. Officials believe the attacker was targeting NFL offices, but took the wrong elevator. A tragic mystery in the South.
4 family members were found murdered execution style in a wooded area of rural northwestern Tennessee after their baby girl was mysteriously abandoned in a car seat on a stranger's front lawn in 100-degree heat. Amy Anderson is a family friend.
It's tragic. It's tearing everybody apart. Everybody don't know what to think. There's been rumors here and there.
The baby's 20-year-old mother, 21-year-old father, 38-year-old grandmother, and 15-year-old uncle were discovered dead, and what authorities are calling a calculated and targeted killing. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
FAA is investigating after 25 people were injured. Some suffered broken bones when a Delta flight hit severe turbulence from Salt Lake City to Amsterdam. It was forced to make an emergency landing in Minneapolis. CBS News Minnesota reporter Barrett Leone spoke with one of the passengers.
He described it as everything going up in the air. He lost his phone. He said at one point, passengers were grabbing a flight attendant that was walking through the aisle to hold her down from hitting the ceiling. So really a scary situation.
People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals is going to court to try to stop organizers of the Maine Lobster Festival and its host city, Rockland, from boiling thousands of live lobsters. The group's Amanda Brody.
PETA is suing to put an end to this display of lobster torture.
Just in, Microsoft, now the world's second trillion-dollar company. Dow's up 126 points. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's 7:03. Time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. What have you learned, Chris Sullivan? That it's Groundhog Day again.
It's Groundhog Day again. We're dealing with similar issues out of Snohomish County today because of the loss of the express lanes. However, the travel times are not as bad as maybe you might think. They're running a little over an hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, which is maybe a couple of minutes faster than it's been the last couple of days. And we've got a mystery on our hands on southbound 405 because the toll signs all say free. All three destinations all say free coming out of Snohomish County. But yet the bottom line says 3+ HOV free.
They're giving you something to do.
So is it free or free or not? I don't know. I've texted, put out information, but either way, you're not getting charged coming out of the north end, coming down those express toll lanes. So hopefully they're doing that to maybe ease some of the congestion that we've been dealing with. The rest of the map, not too bad. We've got a 50-minute trip Federal Way to Seattle. Renton to Bellevue's about 35. Valley Freeway behind that is under 50. Olympia to Tacoma's running 40 minutes, and the Lake Bridges are still in very good shape. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's Morning News.
Good morning. It is 7:04. We are keeping our eyes on a 2-alarm fire in Seattle's Beacon Hill neighborhood. There's been a string of recent arsons in that neighborhood and others in Seattle. We get more live now from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, this morning's fire started in a detached garage, according to firefighters, and then spread to a home there in Beacon Hill. Big response to this fire. A dozen fire trucks at the scene. No word yet on how many people have been displaced. Early reports are that it could be up to 9 people displaced by the fire. But again, that's an early report. This is the 5th fire in the city since Saturday. Seattle police calling 4 of those arson, including 2 fires set in Seattle. In addition to that, I should say, let's add them to the whole list. 2 fires set intentionally in Seattle Wednesday morning. Our own Gwen Baumgartner covered those fires, starting with one of those fires at the Columbia Funeral Home.
Surveillance video capturing a masked man setting the century-old business on fire. In the middle of that firefight, crews spotted smoke in the distance. It was coming from another fire at a Mount Baker home about a mile away.
It's fortunate that they saw it because they were able to prevent that fire from spreading to the adjacent home.
And that was a Seattle Fire spokesperson there. Seattle Fire also posting on X this morning about a commercial building fire on Capitol Hill last night on East Pike. No injuries there, we know that, but okay, Amanda, multiple suspicious fires. Again, no word on what caused this morning's house fire in Beacon Hill, but there are a lot of questions, not a lot of answers so far.
Thanks for the latest. The Bear Gulch fire near Lake Cushman has exploded now to nearly 2,000 acres. Level 3 go-now evacuation orders are in place for the Dry Creek Trail area. Fire spokesperson Jacqueline Swope says crews are reinforcing lines and using drones to track the fire's aggressive movement.
We can always hope that it won't get worse from here, but as far as the weather goes, it is supposed to continue to be warm and dry, so we're going to expect to have more activity.
That fire is only 8% contained at this point. No buildings have been damaged. The fire was started by people, but the exact cause is under investigation. It's now 7:06. A small plane crashed into a home in Kashmir yesterday, sending 2 people to the hospital. The Chelan County Sheriff's Office says the crash happened about 5:30 near the Kashmir Dryden Airport. One victim was airlifted to Harborview. No one inside the home was hurt. The FAA and the NTSB are both investigating what caused that crash.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's Morning News.
Good morning. It is 7:07. It's the last day of July somehow. Happy Friday Eve to you. So I guess we could call it August Eve as well.
Yeah, pretty much. Wow.
All right. He's Sully. Charlie Harger will be back next week. I'm Manda Factor. Our producer is David Burbank, and Katrina Gashard is at the news desk. Nick Krasha running the board and spinning the tunes this morning. And coming up this hour of the show at 7:15, Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson will stop by the studio. Also, KIRO News Radio's Ted Beener has a new segment called The Insider, a look at the people behind the programs and organizations serving the city of Seattle. And this week, a call to action from the Seattle chapter of the American Red Cross. It's 7:08. Well, after tsunami advisories across Western Washington were canceled, experts said it's a wake-up call. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson has details on how people should prepare.
Daniel Ungard says earthquakes in Alaska's Aleutian Island chain are a greater threat where there would be much less lead time. Tuesday's quake, as strong as what a Cascadia subduction zone earthquake would be. In Whatcom County, models show in that situation, hundreds of injuries and deaths could happen in just 20 minutes after the quake began.
If you're near the water, and you feel strong shaking, just immediately get to high ground.
That means planning your evacuation route.
And those advisories were sparked by an 8.8 magnitude quake off the coast of Russia. The annual canoe journey event for indigenous tribes across the Pacific Northwest is now underway after that powerful earthquake. The chairwoman of the Lower Elwha-Clallam tribe tells KIRO 7 TV.
A lot of good communication had taken place with all of the emergency response agencies, enforcement, Coast Guard. Everybody that needed to be involved was on the phone conferences every hour.
Some canoes will arrive today to end their journey. Other canoes will arrive over the next few days. The man accused of shooting a Lummi tribal police officer on Monday is now charged with attempted murder. Jesus Penuelas Agramon is a convicted felon wanted out of Colorado. Whatcom County Sheriff Donnell Tanksley says they recovered a gun and shell casings at the scene, but they haven't been able to confirm it was the weapon used in the shooting. But they do know this.
The firearm that was recovered is a stolen firearm from a Whatcom County resident.
The officer was hit in both legs, the abdomen, and grazed in the head, but a bulletproof vest stopped a shot to the chest. Penuelas Agramon is being held without bail. Everett police are investigating a deadly hit and run. A man was hit by a car early Sunday morning and dragged for 2 blocks. This happened about 4:30 in the morning. The victim was found on 7th Avenue Southeast, but police say he was hit earlier near Casino Road. The Everett Herald reports the man died at the scene despite life-saving efforts. By Tuesday, detectives had tracked down the suspect's car and a possible driver. They used surveillance video, community tips, and license plate cameras to piece it all together. Washington Attorney General Nick Brown is suing the USDA, along with 20 other states.
This is over a new rule requiring states to hand over personal data on millions of Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, recipients. The lawsuit claims the directive violates privacy laws and was enacted without public input. In Washington, more than 1.2 million people could be affected.
That's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay. No response from the USDA. If you want to speak out at a city council meeting, there are some changes you should know about. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon.
This week, council members voted to extend the total time for public comment from 20 minutes to 60 minutes. And here's how it breaks down. If 30 or fewer people sign up to speak, everybody gets 2 minutes. If more than 30 people show up, each person gets 1 minute. And if the list grows past 60 speakers, a presiding officer will decide how much time each person gets. Council members say the update should help clear up confusion for future speakers.
Joe Kent is now the nation's top counterterrorism official. The former Washington congressional candidate was confirmed by the U.S. Senate last night, 53-44, mostly along party lines. Republicans pushed it through despite strong objections from Democrats. They raised concerns about Kent's ties to far-right groups and conspiracy theories. He's also been linked to a group chat that shared sensitive military plans. According to the Seattle Times, Kent says he plans to focus on Latin American gangs and criminal networks tied to migration. He's a former Green Beret and CIA officer and now leads the National Counterterrorism Center. The city of Seattle plans to open more than 100 new tiny homes in 2 villages this fall. Mayor Bruce Harrell says the communities that will provide on-site services will be funded by nearly $6 million. It was included in the city's 2025 budget. He says community outreach will be done to determine where to put the new homes. This will bring to 13 the number of tiny home villages that Harrell says are part of a broader plan that includes developing more affordable housing and addressing the root causes of homelessness. Couple of big Mariners notes this morning. Eugenio Suarez is coming back to Seattle. Multiple outlets say the Mariners just made a deal with Arizona to bring him home. Of course, he played here in 2022 and 23, back after a monster season. He's hit 36 home runs and driven in 87 runs so far. This is just pending a medical review. And also the Mariners added to their bullpen yesterday, trading with the Pittsburgh Pirates for left-handed reliever Caleb Ferguson. The M's are sending pitching prospect Jeter Martinez in exchange for Ferguson. With the Pirates, Ferguson has a 3.74 ERA with 34 strikeouts, 14 walks in the 45 games he's played. New Mariners pitcher is a welcome addition to a bullpen that has struggled, aside from relievers Matt Brash and Andres Munoz. It's now 7:12, and that's time for a check on the weather. It is brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard is with us. It's going to be a beautiful weekend.
Absolutely. Now, at the moment, we do have a lot of high clouds, so I'd say we are mostly cloudy at the moment, or maybe in between, say partly to mostly cloudy. That's coming in from some energy south and east of us that will continue that chance for some showers and thunderstorms in the mountains and east of us. I don't really think we have to worry about much more than clouds, but there could be a stray shower or two that'll drift off the mountains into the lowlands of western Washington. You're also going to find some areas with smoke and haze today. Air quality should mainly be in the good range, but a few south sound spots could see, things get into the moderate range at times. And of course, closer to Mason County, that's going to be a different story. That's, where we have the Bear Gulch fire. That's going to be a little bit worse. We'll be in the low to mid 80s today, and then I think we're going to be in the upper 70s tomorrow. Look for some morning clouds, then afternoon sun. Same thing this weekend. Morning clouds, afternoon sun. Only partly cloudy, though, on Saturday and Sunday, and it takes a little while to clear. So for Seafair, you may have some gray for the first half, if not more, and then you'll see some sun breaks in the later part of the day. Next week, staying in the mid 70s, so it's pretty run-of-the-mill. Just keep an eye to the sky for those showers and thunderstorms, mainly in the mountains, and know you might find a little bit of smoke and haze in the air for the next couple of days.
All right, thank you very much. It's sunny and 64 in Seattle right now. And at 7:13, we head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
Was it Steve Miller that said take the money and run?
Yes.
Okay, well, for some reason, the toll lanes on 405 are free today.
Okay.
Last week, I was begging Good to Go and DOT
They listened to you.
to waive them, considering the problems getting into Seattle with the express lanes closed southbound. Whether that's intentional or not, or a glitch, all I can tell you is they're still charging tolls on 167 and northbound 405. So it sounds like it's free to all. Problem is, it's bumper to bumper all the way. You're just not paying $15 to not go fast. Nice. But anyway, it's an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett into Bellevue and an hour and 10 from Everett to Seattle. For 405, as I said, starts right there in Linwood. For I-5, it's about 175th today. Travel time about 10 minutes faster than the last couple of days. But yeah, this is what we've gotten used to coming out of the north end with the express lanes closed in the southbound direction. The rest of the map looks pretty good at this time of day. I mean, we're under 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Renton to Bellevue's only 35. Valley Freeway, about 50. It's about average. The Lake Bridges are still quiet. And Olympia to Tacoma looks really good, trying to get up there about 35 minutes for you guys. This report brought to you by the KIRO Radio Rundown. Text newsletter to 888-973-5476. You can subscribe to the daily KIRO News Radio Rundown. Get the latest updates on your favorite shows straight to your inbox.
It's 7:15. Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson is in the house. We'll get to her in a moment. But first, KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard is here, and a country singer has a new look. Katrina?
Yes, so after years of keeping his hair situation firmly under his cowboy hat, Tim McGraw has revealed a shaved head.
Southern girl.
So the new photos were snapped near a recording studio in Nashville. McGraw is expected to return to the stage this Saturday. He was forced to cancel a performance earlier this month because he was recovering from back surgery.
What was his hair situation prior to the shaven head?
Well, people really never saw his hair.
I just pulled up a picture. When did he get so buff, too? He's been working out.
He has. He's always taking care of himself. Yep. But I mean, I don't know what the hair situation is, but now it's a shaved head.
There you go. Looks nice. It's 7:16 now.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show. Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Thanks for being with us this morning. I'm Manda Factor. Charlie will be back next week. Big votes this week in Seattle City Council. A new appointment to the District 5 seat we told you about. A vote on a program to combat addiction, and some debate over who should be on the city's Renters Commission. It's been a busy week for the council, and City Council President Sarah Nelson joins us live in the studio right now. It's nice to have you with us. Let me turn on your mic. There you are. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I know you were on Curly's show yesterday. Welcome back to the studio.
Getting to be a regular.
All right, Madam President. Let's start with what you proposed in the council called Pathways to Recovery. Can you just explain the program?
Sure. This is a package of investments that could be made when the public safety sales tax is implemented by Mayor Harrell. That's anticipated later this year. But basically, it would fund a suite of things designed to put addiction treatment at the center of the city's agenda, because we really don't have a plan. We have a number of different programs, but this would allow for people to be referred directly into inpatient or intensive outpatient treatment. For one, it would fund recovery-based housing or recovery-based services within already existing permanent supportive housing, stabilize some of our existing programs, a whole host of things, because we really need to focus on this fundamental root cause of so many other problems, our public safety problems, chronic homelessness, etc. And it's about time that we really look at a comprehensive, systematic effort to really combat this terrible problem.
I mean, no disrespect, but this is not a new problem. Why has there not been a plan?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. We put millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars into housing. We have a detox center here, and medication for opioid use disorder. But really, I think that it has been kind of an afterthought when, in fact, this is a root cause of so many of other problems. So,
how will this be paid for?
This will be paid for the 0.1% public safety sales tax, which was authorized by the legislature this past session, and that would generate about $40 million or so a year. And what I am doing is I am throwing down, a line in the sand, or I'm trying to stake a claim to, a quarter of that, 25%, which would be about $10 million a year. But that is a drop in the bucket. I mean, this is a long list of things that this could pay for. And what I'm trying to do is show how many things that we're not doing right now in order to address this problem, and that we could choose to focus on when this new or additional revenue source comes along.
There was a vote on this Tuesday. How did it go, and what's next?
Well, it was unanimous. I'm very thankful for my colleagues for recognizing that we have to do more for this problem. And what happens next is when I believe that this law would have to be implemented in October or so in order to start collecting this very small increase. Remember, this is a 0.1% increase in our sales tax. And of course, I want to say, nobody likes regressive taxes, right? And this is one of the most, if not the most regressive tax. But what I really want people to notice is this isn't about taxing workers, families more. It's about really drilling down into public safety. And that was the intention of the legislature when they put this forward. They wanted to broaden our definition of public safety beyond just, more cops to more programs to really help community safety in general.
Well, you had even mentioned even just now is that we've thrown a lot of money at this over the last. What makes this pot of money, or will direct this pot of money to something different, or will we, measuring results in this, considering what we've spent over the last 10 years or so?
Well, I'll tell you, this is not the first time I've put something forward. My program to directly pay for treatment by just, allowing our caseworkers to refer someone to Lakeside Milam, which is a recovery center in Kirkland, and then they bill the city. That is a really easy way to get folks into treatment who don't have insurance and who may have Medicaid, but that takes a really long time to get in. So this is one thing so this could make that program permanent, and that program itself has shown tremendous results. There are, I think about 12 people that have gone in, and they're alive now, and they're on the path to recovery.
We're talking with Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson. Well, unfortunately, we only have a couple of minutes, but I do want to get to the rewrite on Seattle's business tax code. What happened with that this week?
The rewrite that is still in process. Yesterday we had a 3.5-hour meeting to discuss this. It would, and it will still come back to council on Monday because it needs additional changes or tweaks. And so then, pending that conversation on Monday, it'll be sent to the ballot, likely sent to the ballot for voter approval.
What do you say to businesses that are opposed?
I understand. I mean, this is being. Many small businesses will benefit because they will not have to pay the B&O tax anymore because it raises the threshold from $100,000 to $2 million. However, a lot of businesses are thinking about the increase in their business there be a no tax. But more importantly, I think that small businesses aren't stupid, and they are really thinking about, okay, I might save a few $1,000s, but what if my client chooses not to use my services because they're paying this additional expense? So, we really do have to think about the consequences for small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and large going forward. But that will be up to the voters.
I did mention I was going to ask you about the Renters Commission. There was supposed to be a vote on this Tuesday, and it didn't happen. Not enough members there. Where does that stand, and what happens now?
Well, I'm so glad you asked, because that must have been a slow news days, because it was a lot of it was a lot of talk about what sometimes happens, which is that the meeting that those appointments would have been voted on did not have quorum. It needed 3 people, and I had a pre-excused absence, already going into it, and then another council member at the last minute had to tend to other things, and so that meant that there was not quorum. But they still convened, and everybody was recognized, and then we just threw it all onto the full council agenda the following day, or on Tuesday.
Our time is passing very quickly.
I'm sorry, shut up.
No, we're just about out of time, but of course primary day is Tuesday. Your District 9 seat is up, right? Anything you'd like to say before Election Day?
The thing I'd like to say is that I can't talk about the election when I'm wearing my council president hat.
There you go.
Sorry.
All right. No, we appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for stopping by. Come back
Thanks
anytime.
for having me in.
You bet. Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson. 7:23. We need to get you back on the road. We get back to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And it's not as bad as you might expect or we've experienced the last couple of days and really all of last week on southbound I-5 as you work your way away from Linwood because of the closure of the express lanes in the southbound direction. The backup starts right around 175th, so not exactly as far north as it could be, but the travel time's still about the same. We've got about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett into Seattle, which really isn't all that bad. We have an hour and 10-minute trip as well from Everett down into the Bellevue area. It is bumper to bumper from Linwood on down, and the tolls are free today. For some reason, I'm trying to get down to the core of that, but either way, you're not paying $15 to sit in the toll lane that isn't moving any faster than the main line. I just checked the HOV time versus the regular time on 405, and they're the same. Hour and 10 down to Bellevue. Going the other direction, Federal Way to Seattle's a little under an hour. We've added a little volume. Rented to Bellevue about 35. Valley Freeway is running 50 from end to end. So all in all, it could be worse.
Great.
I know that sounds terrible, but there you go. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
We'll take could be worse these days. Sunshine today. We're headed for a high of 82. Tomorrow, Friday, clouds in the morning, sunshine in the afternoon, around 80. And for the weekend, just perfect for Seafair weekend. Saturday and Sunday, partly to mostly sunny with highs in the upper 70s. Right now we have sunshine. It's 65 in Seattle. Coming up, News Nation correspondent Tom Dempsey has the latest on trade deals between the U.S. and partners before tomorrow's deadline. That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I am amazed at the brightness and the clarity that I didn't even realize I'd lost before I had my procedure. How's that even possible?
A lot of people don't realize that. As you get older, the lens not only is less flexible, but it gets less transparent. And gradually, even in our 40s, 50s, 60s, the lens variety does get less transparent. So you get more glare at night, more halos, loss of contrast sensitivity, loss of some color vision or decreased color vision.
What I was seeing.
And so when we replace that lens that gets cloudier and cloudier with a crystal clear lens, all of the light gets through, all of the clarity, all the brightness, all the colors. And again, with the multifocal lenses that we have, it's sort of like a bifocal built in, so you can see near and far.
Give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com. Sharp with an E-vision.com.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best. But I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Big time inventory, big time savings. The Kendall Ford of July sales event is on now at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Get in on thousands in savings on new adventure-ready Ford trucks and SUVs. Step up to a Super Duty and save over $7,600 off MSRP on a new 2024 Ford F-350 XL Super Cab 4x4. Or trade in and trade up to a new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend 4x4. Save up to $4,200 off MSRP. After all discounts, you pay just $27,327. Don't miss out on the deals during the Kendall Ford of July sales event. On now at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Stop by today. Kendall. Let's start something great.
VIN number RKF 18183 and SRE 72783. Must have a 1995 or newer trade to qualify for all factory rebates. All factory rebates subject to change. Price does not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee of up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sales, see the details. Offer expires 7/31/25.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Upgrade your view with Lake Washington Windows. Buy one window or door and get the second at 50% off through July. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com for details.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 7:31. Another house fire this morning, this time on Beacon Hill. We'll have more in just a moment. But first, Seattle is suing President Trump over his threats to cut off federal funding. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here to explain.
Amanda, this lawsuit that we're talking about here targets Trump's executive orders that the city says threaten access to millions of dollars. Mayor Bruce Harrell and City Attorney Ann Davison are expected to officially announce this lawsuit later this morning. Just a minute ago, I asked City Council President Sarah Nelson about the lawsuit. She was right after she talked with you all. She said, it's unfortunate that it has come to this, that cities have to sue the administration to maintain services for people. This is money we're talking about. The city relies on every year to help pay for a long list of things: public safety, healthcare, housing, transportation, infrastructure. If Seattle doesn't get all those federal funds, Harrell and Davison say that is going to cause a lot of issues for a lot of people who rely on that money each and every day. Of course, this isn't the first Seattle lawsuit against Trump. In March, the city joined a lawsuit after the administration threatened to yank federal funding if they don't comply with immigration enforcement. The press conference that we're waiting for, scheduled for 11:30 this morning, Council President Sarah Nelson tells me she will be there as well, but also Mayor Harrell, the city attorney, and Davison talking about a lawsuit over federal funds on health and other programs to people here in the city.
All right. A 2-alarm fire tore through a detached garage and spread to a nearby home on Seattle's Beacon Hill neighborhood. Seattle Fire says power lines were downed. Crews searched the buildings for anyone inside. There have now been several fires in this area since Saturday. Those fires are being investigated as arson. No word yet on the cause of this morning's fire. Fire crews are battling intense conditions on the Bear Gulch fire near Lake Cushman. That's now at nearly 2,000 acres. Fire spokesperson Jacqueline Swope says the fire's spreading through treetops and steep terrain.
We were showing that fire had crossed over part of the main river there on the Squamish.
Level 3 evacuations are active north of Lake Cushman with Level 1 alerts to the south. Level 3 means go now. That fire is only 8% contained. It is human caused. And we're less than a week away from Washington's primary. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports turnout in King County is low.
Only 10% of the ballots have come back so far. Haley Watkins with King County Elections figures the final turnout will be about 35, which she tells the G and Ursula show is pretty strong when you look at the numbers nationwide.
Now, that doesn't mean it's good enough.
She understands presidential elections get most of the attention, but
it's these local races that really have a big impact on our day-to-day lives and on our communities.
Next Tuesday, King County voters will be narrowing down the field for offices including Mayor of Seattle, some Seattle City Council seats, and County Executive. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
And time once again for a check on the roads. So we get back to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we've settled into another heavy day out of Snohomish County. Deja vu. I can't remember. It started last
it's 9
week.
Vus now.
Is that where we are? Yeah. Because of the closure of the express lane southbound 5, we've settled into hour and 20-minute trips from Everett into Seattle, with an hour of that away from Linwood. For I-5, you really don't hit the brakes till 175th, which is good. Bad news is you're on them all the way into the U District. For I-5, it's really, or 405, it's really from Linwood down through Bothell, and it is free in those express toll lanes coming out of Snohomish County, which is great. Problem is the express toll lanes are not lane on that spot is not moving any faster than the main line. It's the same travel time, but at least you're not getting gouged $15 at this point for not getting it. Well, it kind of feels like you're trapped in a barrel. You're over a barrel. You're trapped in a barrel. You're trapped because you're trying to get away from I-5 that's caused by construction, and then you have to pay a max toll, and you're not getting any faster. So I'm waiting to hear back from the DOT on what the rationale is there. But either way, you're not paying. Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour. Rented to Bellevue's about 45 now. The Valley Freeway's about 50. Most of Pierce County, though, is in very good shape. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast is just gorgeous as we get ready for Seafair weekend. It will be sunny by afternoon, 82. If you're not already seeing the sunshine, you will be. Morning clouds tomorrow, 79 the high with sunshine in the afternoon. Saturday and Sunday, morning clouds, afternoon sunshine, highs in the upper 70s. Right now in Seattle, it's warmed up to 65.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
It's 7:36 now. The trade deadline imposed by President Trump is set to expire tomorrow. What countries are making deals? Which countries are holding off? Well, let's get the details from News Nation correspondent Tom Dempsey. Good morning, Tom.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm actually at the White House right now. Could be a very busy day ahead with this tariff deadline now less than a day away. So some things to monitor right now. President Trump, he announced a deal with South Korea earlier today, or recently he announced that. A lot of money involved. So first off, South Korean items being sent to the United States will face a 15% tariff. U.S. items sent to South Korea will have a 0% tariff. And there's also lots of money involved in that as well. There's $350 billion in investments by South Korea to the United States. Also, $100 billion in energy products being bought by South Korea from the United States. So, again, a lot of money involved in that. The U.S. also announcing a deal with Pakistan and a possible oil partnership with that. So we're also monitoring potential deals, or big holdouts, I should say, right now with Mexico, India, Brazil, just to name a few. But obviously, this is going to be a very busy day for phone calls and meetings happening with President Trump's team. So it's going to be interesting to see what sort of announcements we see announced today. Canada, another big one we're watching, but President Trump actually commented on that, saying it might be tough to make a deal with Canada because Canada recently came out saying it's going to support Palestinian statehood. So, again, a lot of moving parts with all this, and time is ticking right now to make a deal.
Yeah, it's not exactly 90 deals in 90 days, but the president is seeing some victories.
Absolutely. I mean, look no further than that one he was highlighting earlier this week with the European Union. Also, I think it was over $1 trillion in investments that were part of that over the next 3 years between the two sides. So the president really hoping that, more deals can be announced over the next 24 hours or so. But again, time ticking right now, and a big one to watch for will be Mexico. The leader of Mexico hopeful that a deal can be reached before that deadline comes out. But again, Canada too. There's some tension with Canada right now, and President Trump saying that it might be tough to make a deal over this whole stuff with Palestinian statehood.
Okay, so the deadline is tomorrow, but the president has been known to change his mind. Any chance he'll push back that deadline?
So he actually made that very clear earlier this week, saying that no extension will be given. August 1st is the August 1st deadline. I think it was the exact words that President Trump used. So this is going to be something big to monitor over the next 24 hours or so. And again, a big one to watch, not impacted by tomorrow's deadline, but an August 12th deadline with China. Obviously, everyone out there listening probably has a few products made in China, and that could potentially be impacted moving forward, importing stuff from there. But we know President Trump held meetings yesterday inside the Oval Office with his economics team, and they went over recent meetings with the Chinese delegation, and they're hoping, a deal can be announced before that August 12th deadline.
All right, Tom, we'll be watching for your updates. Thank you so much. News Nation correspondent Tom Dempsey. 7:39. Sully, what is coming up in traffic?
I got the answer.
Yay!
But you're gonna have to wait 3
You're
minutes.
really gonna make us wait through the break?
Yeah, I am. And the answer is on 405 southbound. And what's happening with the express toll lanes and the rates? You're not gonna like it. Coming up next.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Are you looking at senior living options for you or a loved one? If so, you likely have many questions, like, what can I afford? How long will my savings last? And if I run out of money, will I have to move out? If these questions are weighing on you, I'm here to talk you through different solutions. Hi, I'm Amanda from Care Partners Senior Living. At Care Partners, we're focused on offering high-quality, compassionate care at very affordable prices to help stretch and preserve your assets. And if you ever run out of funds and need to convert to Medicaid, you won't have to move. We have vibrant communities throughout Western Washington, Spokane, and Arizona offering independent, assisted living, and memory care. Our caregivers are some of the most loving and genuine people you'll ever meet. Stretch your assets, preserve your estate, and never worry about moving. That's peace of mind and the Care Partners Living difference. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com. Care Partners is excited to announce our newest communities in Port Orchard, Sumner, Snohomish, and North Creek Bothell. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
By texting 26022, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Tax Lien Code. Message and data rates may apply. Terms apply. Available at taxliencode.com.
Imagine waking up and not needing to rush. No commute, no emails, no boss. Just coffee, sunlight, and the freedom to choose. That's the power of tax lien investing. It's been around for over 200 years, used by banks, hedge funds, and the wealthy. And now, finally, it's being taught right here in Seattle. It's secure, predictable, passive income backed by real estate and mandated by state law. And it pays you, sometimes 15 to 35% returns. You don't need to own property. You just need to see how it works and how to do it right. We've taught over 100,000 students, and we'll teach you for free at a live masterclass right here in Seattle. If you're ready to start building real wealth through tax lien investing, this is it. Text LEARN to 26022 to reserve your free seat. That's LEARN to 26022. But hurry, seats are limited. Text LEARN to 26022.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain. Dayandnight.net. You got a pipe with a leak, water's reaching its peak. Dayandnight.net. Your old water heater, she's starting to peter. Dayandnight.net. The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell? Dayandnight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Dayandnight.net. It's 7:43, time to check the roads once again. We've been waiting for your answers from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, Sully.
All right, just got the confirmation from Good to Go and the State Department of Transportation.
And?
It's a glitch.
Oops.
They have no idea why the southbound 405 express toll lane signs are showing free.
But they are, so they can't charge you, right?
That's my understanding, is you pay what you see. And if anybody gets a toll today during the morning commute while it says free to all, I would be disputing that with Good to Go, because I've got plenty of pictures. Not that I'm your defense lawyer, but I'm just saying it says free. We're not making that up. So it's a glitch. They're not sure why. They're not waiving them to try to ease things. But either way, right now, you can get into that lane for free and sit there, just like the people in the main line, but you could feel rich for a minute. So this is what it's like to sit here but have paid $15.
I do. I love the thought that, Chris, you're pretty much the kid in class who raised their hand as class is about to end and the teacher forgot to check homework. And you're like, did you forget to check homework, teacher?
I kind of was that kid, to be honest. Yeah, I am the Martin Prince of KIRO News Radio, if you guys are Simpsons fans. But yeah, so they're looking into that. Either way, we're looking at about an hour drive from Linwood down into Bellevue and an hour from Linwood down into Seattle. However, that might be getting worse. We're getting reports there might be a new crash right underneath the convention center on southbound I-5, right around Olive. A couple of lanes may be caught up in that. So that's not a good space to have a crash, even when we're not dealing with the situation we have right now. Going the other direction, we've got a Federal Way to Seattle drive of about 55 minutes. Not too bad through the Kent Des Moines Road today. Valley Freeway, though, a little over 30 minutes now from Auburn to Renton. Not only heavy in Auburn, but at the north end part of that drive as well. Renton to Bellevue's 45. The Lake Bridges are still doing really well. A little slowing down the South Hill, but other than that, Pierce County's in pretty good shape. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Beautiful weather for Seafair weekend for today. We'll warm up to 82, around to 80 for tomorrow. Clouds tomorrow morning, but sunshine by afternoon. Pretty much that pattern sticks with us through the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Morning clouds, afternoon sun, and highs in the upper 70s. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 65. It's now 7:45. Well, sequels have been all the rage in Hollywood. And KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard is here to tell us about one decades in the making.
Yes, the queen of rom-com, Julia Roberts, may revive the role of this very frantic friend.
Listen, Jules, why don't we just stop and have a drink? You can take a later flight.
No. I'm a busy girl. I've got exactly 4 days to break up a wedding, steal the bride's fella, and I haven't one clue how to do it.
That's Julia in the 1997 movie My Best Friend's Wedding. She starred alongside Rupert Everett, Cameron Diaz, Dermot Mulroney, and he recently told the New York Post there's been talk of a sequel, and now a writer could be working on that script. So would you be interested in what the characters are up to about 30 years later?
Kinda. Maybe that wasn't one of my favorite movies. I don't know that I would watch it.
I wasn't interested the first time and never saw the movie.
I respect your honesty, Sully. Thank you.
I'll take Happy Gilmore, too. All right, it's 7:46. And coming up, Ted Beener with The Insider. A look at the people behind the programs and organizations serving the city of Seattle. This week, a call to action from the Seattle chapter of the American Red Cross.
If you're traveling through the SCA airport this summer, use the new Security Checkpoint 1 at the south end of baggage claim. Just one of the many upgrade SCA projects taking your airport from now to wow. Stay up to date on all airport projects by following @FlySEA.
Hey, Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I keep getting questions from our listeners. When's the right time to have this procedure? My eyes are changing. Should I wait until they're done changing?
Well, I always tell patients, do it now. Don't wait, whatever age you are. And that's part of the mission of Sharp Vision, is that whatever age you are, whatever prescription you have, we try to find a procedure that works for you. When you're young, LASIK and PRK are great procedures. As we get older, the refractive lens exchange becomes more appealing because that can fix whatever glasses prescription, whether you're farsighted, nearsighted, or have astigmatism, and it fixes it permanently so you don't develop cataracts, and it allows you to see near without glasses.
Do what I did. Schedule a consultation to learn everything you need to know from the best Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E-vision.com.
There are 5 things money can do for you: growth, liquidity, cash flow, protection, and tax advantages. Don't miss an opportunity because your current retirement plan only focuses on 2 or 3 of them. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Don't settle for a partial plan. Get the real deal by requesting your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
Save up to 25% on new air conditioning and heat pump systems during the final days of Home Comfort Alliance warehouse clearance sale. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Upgrade your view with Lake Washington windows. Buy one window or door and get the second at 50% off through July. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com for details.
Subaru of Puyallup has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
It's now 7:49. Thanks for being with us this morning. KIRO Newsradio meteorologist Ted Beener is sitting down with the people behind the programs and organizations serving the city of Seattle in a segment we're calling The Insider. This week we hear from the Seattle chapter of the American Red Cross.
Hello, I'm Ted Beener, KIRO Newsradio meteorologist, and this is The Insider, where we look behind the camera and meet some of the people, their organizations, and what they do to help keep us safe. This edition, we're going to work with the American Red Cross. And with us today is Betsy Robertson. She's with the Seattle King County chapter of the American Red Cross. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, Ted. We've known each other for many, many years now, many different hats on. It's really great to be here today.
Glad to have you here. First of all, can you describe what you do for the Red Cross?
Sure. I have the role as Director of Communications for the American Red Cross and the Northwest region. And our region covers the majority of Washington State and 5 counties in North Idaho.
Blood donations. It's a big part of the Red Cross mission. Why is that a critical part?
Yeah, it really comes down to the health of our communities and ensuring the health of where our friends and neighbors, where we live. Blood is still a product that cannot be manufactured. So it's only available due to the generosity of people, you and me, others who give the gift of truly life to people who need it for emergency situations, different types of treatments. It's just critical.
Why is it important for people to donate regularly and not just during emergencies?
Yeah. Only 3% of Americans donate blood. That's not a lot.
No.
And
wow.
I know. So it's a constant effort to educate our friends and neighbors and community members about the importance of blood. You never know when you're going to need it, when a family member, a loved one might need it. And it can be impossible to predict those emergency situations. But what we know is that no matter who it is, you want blood products to be available when they need it.
Which brings us to the big announcement. I understand there is a big grand opening coming up soon.
We're really excited. So we have been in the Seattle area for over 100 years. And we have a big building it's in kind of South Seattle, Beacon Hill neighborhood between Rainier and MLK. And we have been doing disaster services and CPR first aid training and our service to the armed forces in that building for decades. As of last month, we have now remodeled, and it is now a state-of-the-art, beautiful, fixed site for blood collection that will be open year-round. And people can count on that facility to make an appointment, take mass transit, public transportation. We always want to encourage, but we also have a really big parking lot for people to come and make a blood donation or a plate donation, because this fixed site allows us for the first time, the Red Cross, to be able to collect platelets in this community. So from 11 to 1, this Thursday, July 31st, we will have our emergency response vehicles out handing out popsicles and coffee, right? These vehicles are often a symbol of hope when they roll through communities that have been hit by disaster. And we wanted to just bring that joy, right, that to our community and invite people to come in and experience it. We will have members of our training services group teaching hands-only CPR. And other fun things, in addition to the ability to tour this blood center, see what it's like, walk through the door, tour and see just what the facility is like, how welcoming it is, how wonderful the staff is, and how excited they are to see you and host you through your donation. I hope people join us on Thursday, July 31st, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., 1900 25th Avenue South in Seattle.
Thanks again for sharing all this valuable information. And thank you for joining us for this edition of The Insider. For KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com, I'm Ted Beener.
It's now 7:53, and that's time to check the roads once again. Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we've added about 10 minutes to the drive on southbound I-5 from Linwood. It's up to about an hour and 10 minutes, and it's not because of the express toll lane issue, the toll lane issue, or the express lane issue. Sorry, I'm really confused today. We have this bad crash underneath the convention center. 3 lanes of I-5 are now blocked right underneath the convention center, and that is added into the normal commute coming into Seattle. So an hour and 10 from Linwood to Seattle, with an hour and a half all the way from Everett. So not exactly a good day. Everett to Bellevue is running at about an hour and 20 minutes, with an hour of that away from Linwood. And if the toll signs are malfunctioning coming down from Linwood, if they say free, you will not be charged. I just confirmed that with the DOT. If it says free, it's free. But I would check my good to go account for this morning, the 31st of July, just to be safe you didn't get hit with $15 or $17 if you don't have a good to go. Federal Way to Seattle's running about an hour. The Valley Freeway's got about 50 minutes. Renton to Bellevue's running right around 35. So all in all, we're not as bad as we could be. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast is sunshine and 82 for today. Tomorrow you'll wake up to some clouds and sunshine in the afternoon, around 80. Seafair weekend couldn't look any better. We're going to see some clouds in the morning hours, but sunshine in the afternoon and highs in the upper 70s. Right now, sunny and 65 in Seattle. Sully has a choke point coming up. Looking at the timeline for light rail's trip north, that's coming up at 8:15. You can always chime in on our text line. It's 888-973-5476.
KIRO News Radio.
Get on the YouTube channel.
We're live all day on YouTube. Every show, every day.
Hang out with us. The whole gang's there.
And you never know what you might see.
Back up the camera. Oh, my God.
Just search KIRO News Radio, then subscribe.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Hey, Brock Heward here. Taking the First Mark Insurance Challenge could save your family a lot of money. It saved us thousands. First Mark works for you. Searching the carriers for lower rates and better coverage. If that sounds smart, go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. A day before his tariff deadline, President Trump made new trade threats against Canada and said a new deal with South Korea will mean billions in investment in this country. CBS's Ed O'Keefe has more from the economy's front lines.
Jack Clapper is a seventh-generation dairy farmer, managing 5,000 cows an hour outside of Buffalo.
We're shipping right around 13,000 gallons of milk a day.
As months of talks with the rest of the world have dragged out, tariffs on products from Canada and Europe kicked in, Clapper has seen prices go up.
Fertilizer prices, and I would say second to that is the lumber.
Clapper hopes to build another barn to expand, but rising costs for lumber and steel might make doing so too pricey.
Well, police in Arkansas have arrested 28-year-old Andrew McGann for the killing of a couple who were walking in a state park with their 2 young daughters. The children got away unhurt. CBS's Omar Villafranca.
McGann recently worked as a 5th grade teacher in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, and our CBS affiliate in Tulsa got a statement from the district saying he left on his own and he had passed all the background checks. So when it comes to a motive, police say they are still trying to piece it together.
Funeral today for the New York City police officer gunned down in the mass shooting inside a Manhattan office building this week.
Private viewing and tribute to Officer Islam at this mosque here in the Bronx, with thousands of members of law enforcement lining up along the streets outside. Retired NYPD Detective Christopher Panetta is president of a group called Beyond the Badge.
We live in a world where no one's immune to this. We just have to come together as a community.
The picture of Islam outside of the mosque, an inscription beneath it that reads, "In this family, no one fights alone." Glenn Schuck for CBS News, New York.
About an hour from now, SpaceX is set to launch a crew of NASA astronauts to the space station aboard a Dragon spacecraft. Round of applause for the crew as it made its way on board. Our space consultant, Bill Harwood.
The new crew doesn't yet know how long they'll be in space because NASA's considering extending normal long-duration flights from 6 months to 8 months. That's intended to help meet Trump administration efforts to reduce spending on the space station project.
On the Health Watch this morning, CBS's Michael Wallace tells us.
In a new clinical study, Eli Lilly found its GLP-1 weight loss drug Mounjaro is 16% more effective than its type 2 diabetes drug Trulicity at reducing deadly heart attacks or strokes. Lilly claims Mounjaro can be a frontline treatment for people with cardiovascular disease and type 2 diabetes.
Checking Wall Street, right now it's a mixed bag. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 11. The S&P is up 26. NASDAQ up more than 160. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
It's 8:03 and time to check your drive once again. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes. Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we've got a big problem in downtown Seattle. We've got a crash with a big emergency response right underneath the convention center, and we have 3 lanes blocked. So pretty much the entirety of the capacity other than the on and off ramps there. And that is added to what was already a very difficult drive because of the loss of the express lanes. It is an hour and 20 minutes just from Linwood now. That's a 35-minute delay getting into and through downtown. And again, combo of a crash plus what we've been dealing with on I-5, it's ugly today. You compare that to 405, it's actually faster. Hour and 20-minute trip total from Everett to Bellevue and only an hour from Linwood. And right now, the toll lane is free. Looking at the drive, the rest of the map, about normal. Got about a 55-minute trip Federal Way to Seattle. Got about a 40-minute trip from Renton to Bellevue. The Lake Bridges are still okay, though 520 is really starting to bog down approaching I-5 because you're driving right into that backup. The Valley Freeway is about 50, and other than that, we're doing okay. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Well, good morning. It's Seattle's morning news for your Thursday. It's the last day of July. It's now 8:04. Charlie Harger has the day off. I'm Manda Factor. We're keeping our eye on a 2-alarm fire in Seattle's Beacon Hill neighborhood. There's been a string of recent arsons in that neighborhood and others in Seattle. We get more live now from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, Amanda, this morning's fire started in a detached garage, according to Seattle Fire, and then spread to a home pretty quickly. It's a big response, a dozen fire trucks at the scene. No word yet on how many people have been displaced. Early reports are there's several people displaced, but again, those are early reports. Seattle Fire now reporting, thankfully, nobody was hurt in this fire. But this is the 5th fire in the city since Saturday. Seattle police are calling 4 of them arson. Our own Gwen Baumgartner reported on 2 fires set last week in Seattle on Wednesday morning. In one of those, a masked man was seen setting the Columbia Funeral Home on fire in Columbia City, the other in nearby Mount Baker.
In the middle of that firefight, crews spotted smoke in the distance. It was coming from another fire at a Mount Baker home about a mile away. It's fortunate that they saw it because they were able to prevent that fire from spreading to the adjacent home.
And that's the other thing is it's so dry here as well. Grass isn't our friend right now, and neither are the trees or the shrubs in your yards because it's so dry. Thankfully, that fire did not spread, but, and that was a Seattle Fire spokesperson talking there. Seattle Fire Department also posting on X today and yesterday about a commercial building fire on Capitol Hill last night on East Pike. No injuries there either. But again, no word on what caused this morning's Beacon Hill house fire. But this comes after a string of arsons across the city.
Thank you, Luke. We have an update this morning on the Bear Gulch fire near Lake Cushman. It has now exploded to more than 3,000 acres. Level 3 go-now evacuations are in place for the Dry Creek Trail area. Fire spokesperson Jacqueline Swope says crews are reinforcing lines and using drones to track the fire's movement.
We can always hope that it won't get worse from here, but as far as the weather goes, it is supposed to continue to be warm and dry, so we're going to expect to have more activity.
The fire is only 8% contained. No buildings have been damaged. We do know the fire was started by people, but the exact cause is not yet known. A small plane crashed into a home in Chelan County yesterday, injuring 2 people on board. We get details from KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
People on the plane were hurt. The people inside the home, fortunately not. Now, this home is on Tigner Road in Kashmir around 5:30. It sits right behind the Kashmir-Dryden Airport. Right now, it's unclear if the plane was taking off or landing when something went wrong.
The FAA and NTSB are investigating the cause of that crash. And an Edmonds woman vacationing in Hawaii was forced to head to higher ground after the tsunami warnings were issued on the island of Kauai. Liz Malici arrived on the island Tuesday. She had heard about the 8.8 earthquake off the coast of Russia and the possibility of a tsunami, and then the warning sirens started going off.
There was some fear, there was some anxiety of what if this happens? Because your mind does flash back to Indonesia. We've seen the images, we've seen those horrific stories and tragedies that have happened in the past, and so your mind does go there.
Liz made it to higher ground at a friend's house. She stayed the night, and the all clear was given yesterday morning.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Good morning. It is Thursday. It's July 1st. It's Friday Eve and August Eve. That is still blowing my mind this morning. It's the last day of July. I'm Manda Factor. Charlie Harger is off. He'll be back next week. Solly is here checking the roads for us. Producer David Burbank here in the studio. Katrina Gashard is back, and we're glad. Nick Kreisha also in the control room running the board. Sully, you have a choke point coming up?
Yeah, we're going to take a look at what's next for light rail heading up into the Everett area now that we're almost a year into light rail into Linwood.
Speaking of time flying. Also, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey will have Tech Talk, a closer look at what went wrong with the grounded Alaska Airlines flights earlier this month. And Angela Poe Russell is in for G today. She'll weigh in on why young people in Seattle are so politically polarized. It's 8:08. Some new details in a deadly RV hit-and-run accident. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas went through the charging documents.
The suspect told officers he was so drunk he didn't remember hitting anything. Daniel Hayes is now charged with vehicular homicide, among other charges. Police say last Thursday he bought a six-pack at a gas station, drank the entire thing, and then started driving his RV. A little while later, several witnesses, including the suspect's wife, watched a woman get crushed under a truck. Police say Hayes crashed into parked cars, pushing them on top of the victim. He was arrested hours later, still showing signs of intoxication.
And a man is dead after being hit and dragged by a car in Everett. Police say this happened early Sunday morning about 4:30 in South Everett. The victim was found near 7th Avenue Southeast. Officers believe he was hit 2 blocks away at Casino Road and 5th Avenue West. The car kept going, dragging the man before leaving him on the roadside. Everett police say he died at the scene. Tuesday, police found the suspect's car and a possible driver. They say video, community tips, and license plate cameras helped crack the case. The man suspected of shooting a Lummi Nation police officer this week made his first court appearance yesterday. He is now charged with attempted murder. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports after authorities found him, he gave them a fake name.
Whatcom County Sheriff Danelle Tanksley says as the officer approached a Ford Ranger that was crashed into a ditch outside of Bellingham, the driver fired off 10 shots, hitting the officer 7 times. Detectives tracked him to a friend's house in Ferndale. Fingerprints confirm he is Jesus Penuelas Agramon, a convicted felon wanted out of Colorado.
And also wanted for a parole violation of dangerous drugs and possession of a firearm.
He's being held without bail. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
The King County Superior Court accidentally released a convicted rapist with a long history of criminal convictions. We get more on this from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
On June 11th, Noel Stepney was convicted of second-degree rape, but was still allowed to post bail on July 26th. In an exclusive interview with the Jason Ranch Show on KTTH, Casey McNursney with the King County Prosecutor's Office tells us what happened.
The defendant's pretrial bail remained in place. He posted bond on that $75,000. Prosecutors made a motion for a bench warrant, and police are tracking him down now.
Washington law states courts shall not release someone convicted of second-degree rape during the time between their conviction and their sentencing. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
A new mobile clinic is hitting the road in Snohomish County, designed to bring opioid treatment to people in rural areas. The Linwood Comprehensive Treatment Center showed off the new unit this week. It's based in Gold Bar. It'll make regular stops in places like Oso. The clinic was funded with $1.5 million from opioid lawsuit settlements. Leaders say it could be life-saving, especially in areas where care is hard to reach. According to the Everett Herald, only about 10% of people with substance use disorder get treatment. That number's likely even lower in rural communities. And the Mariners made a massive move yesterday to bolster their roster. His name is familiar.
Swing on its way, left center field. Suarez tags it deep by the wall. Walk it off. Eugenio.
What a great call. Eugenio Suarez reunites with his former team in the biggest trade move of the season so far. In return for the slugging third baseman, the Mariners are reportedly sending the Diamondbacks first baseman Tyler Locklear and right-handed relievers Hunter Cranton and Juan Burgos. Suarez was a fan favorite during his time here in Seattle. This season, he's one of the best batters in baseball, 36 home runs, 87 RBIs. According to 710 Seattle Sports, the trade is pending a medical review from Suarez. He has been nursing a slight hand injury, but I'm thinking we're excited, producer David.
Ooh, yes. I was, when we got Josh Naylor, also a former Arizona Diamondback, I was not as optimistic that we were going to get Suarez because I thought, where are they going to package the trade? I mean, I don't know enough about how these trades work. But I was discouraged. And so to see that yesterday, especially with the Mariners, unfortunately, falling in that series to the Athletics.
That's okay.
It was a really good boost heading into this really huge home series against Texas.
Not to get super duper all psyched up about this, but ESPN insider Buster Olney, everybody knows Buster, Todd knows baseball. He said this morning on ESPN, the Mariners are the best team in the American League after this acquisition and foresees World Series games.
Don't go
no,
Seattle,
I don't like that.
In October. Buster Olney, this is according to our good friend Jim Moore, who was watching the show with Greenberg
I don't
this
like
morning.
That jinx.
I'm just telling you.
I'll take we're much better than we were, and we certainly are.
All right, let's check the weather now. It's 8:13, brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard.
Quite a bit of cloud cover to start the day, but I think you'll go with the high clouds we have now. We'll see them clear a little bit, and we'll go with partly cloudy skies. And then you kind of go back and forth between partly to mostly sunny throughout the day. Mostly any showers should be in the mountains or east of the Cascades, but it wouldn't be out of the question for a stray shower or two to drift over the lowlands. Otherwise, though, just increasing sun and temperatures that will be into the low to mid 80s. Tomorrow, I think you're going to find morning clouds, then some afternoon sun in the 70s, and that's the same plan this weekend. It'll take a little while, though, to clear out this weekend, and you're only going to clear out for partly cloudy skies, but you will. It does look dry, and it does look nice. Also know there might be a little bit of smoke and haze in the atmosphere today and the next couple of days.
Perfect day for the Blues to be flying around, which they will be doing. Practice begins at 11 o'clock this morning. Just a heads up on that. And it's 8:14. Let's head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And just when it couldn't get worse on southbound I-5, it did. This crash underneath the convention center has really done a double whammy on our I-5 southbound drive because it's right where everyone needs to go into the heart of downtown Seattle. You add that with the backup we already had because of the express lane issue. We're getting close to 2 hours from Everett to Seattle now, with an hour and a half plus just from Linwood. That is a 40-minute delay.
That is the worst we've seen since this project
and again,
started.
that's what tells you that one accident away, and this one involved 3 lanes of southbound I-5. It looks like they're moving it over to the right-hand shoulder, right near the university exit. But again, this was right underneath the convention center, and this one's going to leave a mark. You go to the other side of the lake, and it's an hour and 5 minutes away from Linwood. The express lanes are showing they're free, so they're free, but that's a glitch. So we're watching that closely. The rest of the map, about average. 45 minutes Renton to Bellevue, Federal Way to Seattle, and just under an hour. 45 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. The Lake Bridges 520 is really kind of getting hit by this crash underneath the convention center because you're driving right into it. So add about 15 minutes to 520. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's 8:15. A British pop star is upset with the Trump administration, and KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard is here to tell us why.
The musician behind this summer's hottest TikTok sound says a UK budget airline is one thing. Take a listen.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now...
But the White House is quite another.
That's £200 off for a family.
Jess Glynn is upset that the Trump administration used her song as a music bed for a video of ICE agents escorting detainees out of a van and directing them onto a plane with their hands and ankles shackled. So in an Instagram story, Glynn said that her music is about love, unity, and spreading positivity. And she did not give her express consent for the Trump administration to use her music.
Seems like an interesting choice for an ad like that.
Yeah. It does.
A poppy song? I don't get it.
Very. But I mean, we've seen like celebrities and stars have a cease and desist order for Trump using their music. So
I would imagine that's coming.
Yeah.
It's 8:16. Thanks, Katrina.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
I'm still wrapping my head around 2 hours from Everett to Seattle.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about that right now.
Okay. Hey, you brought it up.
Let's talk about light rail service to Linwood. Sound Transit is now looking ahead to expanding into Everett. What can you tell us?
Well, it's been almost a year since we've been into Linwood. Service started just before Labor Day last year, and now Sound Transit is eyeing further to the north and looking at completing what it promised voters in 2016 under ST3, which is the 16-mile extension into downtown Everett. As it sits on paper, if you haven't looked at this for a while or didn't realize where we were in the process, the light rail would run from where it is in Linwood, primarily up I-5 to about 128th in South Everett. Then it would kind of head to the west up to Airport Road and then up to the Boeing plant at Payne Field. Be a station there. It'd be a good way for people maybe to get to the airport there, or perhaps shift workers even getting to the plant there. Then it would run along 526 back over to the east to I-5 and then into downtown Everett. As many as 7 stations could be built along the corridor. Sound Transit's David Jackson on where we are today.
We're in the environmental study period, which broadly speaking studies the impact of the project on the environment, both the natural environment like wetlands and streams, but also the built environment like historic resources and how transportation will work once this thing is done.
Now, why am I talking about this today? Obviously, I'll tell you about the dates and when this might happen. You're like, what is happening now that's so important to talk about it? It's because Sound Transit has opened a month-long public comment period, and it wants to get your feedback on what this line should look like, what the scope should be, what the stations should look like, or where they should be, or where the tracks should be, or even if we should give up on going to Linwood or from Linwood to Everett because it's not worth it.
What we're looking for the public right now is their thoughts, like how they would use this project when it's built. What's the need for it? Thoughts on alignments and station locations, all those things. Those things are not set in stone.
I have a link to the preliminary drawings at mynorthwest.com. You can look at all the different things that, again, these are just on paper. Nothing has been set at all. It's just here's what we think might make the most amount of sense, like potential station locations on either side of I-5. They might cross I-5 like they do up in the Mount Lake Terrace area. Would that serve the community better? I've got a link to that survey up at mynorthwest.com as well. Jackson says this line is essential to finishing everything out.
It's about connecting the north part of our region to the rest of the network that already exists, connecting people to jobs, education, healthcare, leisure activities. It's just about, knitting our region together tighter.
Yeah, don't expect to see any shovels or dirt being moved because we're not expected to see construction start until 2030. And service potentially starting between 2037 and 2041. Not exactly sure what the cost would be officially as of today. Some estimates have put it at $5 to $7 billion, and all of that could change.
The 37 to 41 is also cost dependent. It's one of the, we have to slow it down because we need money. That could slow things down.
And we all remember what happened in Linwood, or even if you haven't moved to you've moved here since construction, that Linwood project ran into huge cost overruns because of the acquisition of all the property along I-5. They didn't realize just how much that property was worth. They hit it right after the bubble. And so, we're $800 million over budget. We're years behind schedule. So we know things can change. But for everybody who's on the text line and everybody who's on our YouTube channel yelling, Sound Transit's the worst, Sound Transit's the worst. I know they've got a terrible track record. I get that. But you want to talk to them? You want to give it to them straight? Now's your chance. This doesn't happen very often, and they want your feedback. Give it to them honestly. And then it'll be up to them whether they listen or not. But now's your chance. Let them know what you think needs to happen from Linwood north into the Everett area.
Again, all the information is up at mynorthwest.com. While I have you, Sully, may I have a personal traffic report?
Sure, by all means.
What are the odds I make it to Seahawks training camp by 9:45 this morning?
They would be difficult if you chose the normal way. But I will tell you off the air the best way to get there so that you can get there specifically. Basically, to follow what's happening in traffic right now, I would say drive through downtown on the surface streets and then get to I-90 in the CD lane because you don't want any part of going through Seattle right now on I-5 because of that crash at the convention center.
Well,
I think you can make it.
I hope to report back
if I do. Put the Sully siren up.
May I borrow that?
Yeah, people do have to move out of the way. It's a state law. It went into effect July. Okay, that's not true. I wish it was.
Well,
that would be
thanks for
awesome.
the tip. I appreciate it. We'll get
go
back
through
to you.
downtown itself, not on the freeway.
Okay, we'll get back to you for the rest of the traffic here in just a couple of minutes. Roughly 70% of Americans say they find interacting with automated phone systems versus human customer support representatives frustrating. CBS's Michael Toscano reports there's a bill in the U.S. Senate to try and fix that.
Comedian Julie Story captures the experience.
Thank you for calling this automated system that sounds like a real person but will be significantly more frustrating for you.
Democratic Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego and West Virginia Republican Senator Jim Justice have introduced a bill to ensure that you can speak to a real human being and one located in the U.S. if that's your preference.
Oh, it sounds like you have a question about your account. Is that right? Yes. Ooh, that's too bad because now I'm going to take you through prompts that have nothing to do with your question.
The bill would limit federal benefits for companies who ship those jobs overseas.
All of our representatives are busy at this time.
Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
Goodbye.
Talking about the Mariners a lot today because Eugenio's coming back. Well, the Seahawks have some news too. They're hanging on to their general manager a bit longer. The team extended John Schneider's contract through 2031. He thanked Hawks owner Jody Allen on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Grateful for Jody and the trust that she's put in myself and Coach Mike. And, yeah, excited to keep rocking this thing.
Schneider joined the Hawks in 2010 and helped build a Super Bowl winner 4 years later. Coming up on 8:23, let's get right back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Chris Sullivan, what do you have for us?
Well, we are looking at hopefully some improvement here in the next little bit. The crash that was blocking 3 lanes underneath the convention center on southbound I-5 has cleared over to the right shoulder. So all the lanes have reopened. It is a little bit of a distraction, and it gets really tight there getting off at University. There's a lot of room on that right side of the road, as you know, because of the freeway on-ramp just behind it. So plan on about an hour and 45 minutes now from Everett to Seattle. Just under an hour and a half of that is from Linwood. So we've actually picked up about 5 minutes in the last little bit. So that's positive. Still running about an hour and 10 from Linwood to Bellevue. That's because of all the volume that people have taken there. And yes, I know the express lanes have been showing free this morning. That's a glitch. But if you're in them, you're not going to be told because free is free. You pay what the sign says. They're still trying to figure out what happened, but it's working in the driver's favor today. Hooray! Rented to Bellevue, we are looking at about a 40-minute trip. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is really nice, under 40 minutes now. Federal Way to Seattle doesn't look too bad at all. We're about 50 minutes to make the drive there. Lake bridges are still okay. Well, I-90 is okay. 520 is not. Really heavy getting into and through Montlake over to I-5 because you're driving right into that backup there. We're getting into the heart of Seattle. So plan on a couple of extra minutes there. I say you might need 30 minutes from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90. And if you are heading over to Hawks training camp, eastbound I-90 looks really, really good. And,
you can get there.
And getting off at 405 isn't bad as long as, remember, you're going right. Down to Renton. You're not trying to take that left to get into downtown Bellevue. That part of the ramp is not in good shape. So right now, if you're heading east on 90, you should be in fine shape. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Just a reminder, we're going to have a big distraction here pretty soon, too, because the Blue Angels will be buzzing around town. First practice is at 11 o'clock until 1 today, and then again this afternoon from 3:30 to 4:40. Forecast beautiful, sunshine and 82 for tomorrow. You'll see clouds early on and 79 in the sunshine for the afternoon. Seafair weekend looks great, partly to mostly sunny after some morning clouds with highs in the upper 70s. 65 in the sunshine right now. And coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey with a Tech Talk. He'll have a closer look at what went wrong with the grounded Alaska Airlines flights earlier this month. That's here on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
You listen to John Curley every afternoon? What does John listen to every morning?
Here's how I start my morning. Get my pot of coffee going, and then I turn on Seattle's Morning News. I listen to Charlie and Manda. This is how I prep for my show, because I know those guys have, hundreds of years of experience, although Manda looks better than Charlie. I'm going to get the straight news.
Experience matters. Seattle's Morning News, weekday mornings 6 to 9 on KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, and the KIRO News Radio app.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hi, it's John Curley. I've been a patient of Longevity Medical Clinic since 2009, and Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. You know what's amazing, Doctor? The feelings that you have after just a couple of months. You sleep better. Your strength and vitality, it is evident that it works. It's really a mindset, though, Dr. Mixon, because a lot of people, this is what's supposed to happen.
Let us help you be stronger, faster, leaner, smarter, sexier, but most important, happier. I'm less impressed by how many years I might live, but how much I live during my years. The option is here. Nobody's going to make you go to longevity. But the opportunity is there, and all you have to do is take advantage of it. I don't know why anybody would not want to do what we do.
And that's where Longevity Medical Clinic comes in. So get your free health analysis. Go to LongevityMedicalClinic.com. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
Cold is leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafee from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Summer is in full swing, and T-Mobile Park is the hottest spot in Seattle.
Randy Arozarena, his fourth home run in the last 3 games, and he is high-stepping all the way to third.
Don't miss out on special events like the next Mariners Fireworks Night this Friday, presented by T-Mobile. Cal Raleigh and the crew are taking on the division rival Rangers at 7:10, and after the final out, we'll be lighting up the sky with an epic post-game show. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
Holy smokes, what a firecracker! Off first deck, number 34 for the big number.
Go to Mariners.com to lock in your seats and check out what's on deck at the ballpark, including Aloha Shirt Day this Saturday at 1:10. Plus, be here for more can't-miss post-game events. The Mariners Drone Show is August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the final fireworks night of the season is September 12th. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Saturday, August 23rd, enjoy the 30th birthday bash for University Place at Cirque Park, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Bands all day, over 50 vendors, beer garden, and family zone. Don't miss it August 23rd. Special thanks to Honest Home Solutions.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 8:31. I'm Manda Factor. Charlie will be back on Monday. We are closely tracking a 2-alarm fire in Seattle's Beacon Hill neighborhood, an area already on edge after a string of suspected arsons across the city. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest.
Amanda, Seattle Fire says this morning's fire started in a detached garage and quickly spread to a home on Beacon Hill. It was a big response, a dozen fire trucks at that scene. This is the 5th fire, though, in the city since Saturday. Seattle police are calling 4 of them arson. Our own Gwen Baumgartner reported on 2 of those fires yesterday morning. I think earlier this morning I accidentally reported they happened last week. No, it was yesterday morning. I think I still have tsunami on the brain. In one of those, a masked man was seen setting the Columbia Funeral Home on fire in Columbia City.
In the middle of that firefight, crews spotted smoke in the distance. It was coming from another fire at a Mount Baker home about a mile away.
It's fortunate that they saw it because they were able to prevent that fire from spreading to the adjacent home.
And that was a Seattle Fire spokesperson right there. You know, after so many arsons, there are naturally a lot of questions about every fire now that happens in the city. Seattle Fire also posted on X about a commercial building fire on Capitol Hill last night on East Pike. No injuries there. No injuries in this latest fire in Beacon Hill as well, but now a 2-alarm fire on Beacon Hill, and again, no word on what caused it, but a lot of questions going on in the city right now.
Thanks for the update, Luke. Fire crews are battling intense conditions on the Bear Gulch fire near Lake Cushman. It's now more than 3,000 acres. Fire spokesperson Jacqueline Swope says the fire is spreading through treetops and steep terrain.
We were showing that fire had crossed over part of the main river there on the Skokomish.
Level 3 evacuations are active north of Lake Cushman. Level 1 alerts to the south. Level 3 means go now. That fire is only 8% contained. It was human caused. Seattle is suing President Trump over his threats to cut off federal funding. Mayor Bruce Harrell and City Attorney Ann Davison will announce the suit to prevent the president from cutting off millions for transportation, health care, housing, and other programs. City Council President Sarah Nelson supports the suit.
Well, it's absolutely essential, and that is why I and Council and so many other electeds are so concerned about the chaos coming out of D.C.
In March, the city joined a lawsuit after the administration threatened to yank federal funding if they don't comply with immigration enforcement. It's 8:33 and time for traffic. Once again, we do that every 10 minutes on the threes. Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Instead of being Captain Bring Down all the time, got some positive news here for you. We added we've taken away 10 minutes from your drive on I-5 southbound. So we're picking up the pace now that this crash underneath the convention center is out of the way. It's still a terrible drive, but it's better than where we were. We're running at about an hour and a half from Everett to Seattle. Hour and 10 of that is from Linwood. So we're getting back to kind of the normal pattern with the express lanes gone. You hit the brakes closer to 145th now, which actually is not too bad. Now, 405 is about an hour out of Linwood, hour and 20 from Everett. The brake lights there away from Linwood and kind of extending down to Totem Lake. We're looking at very heavy traffic on westbound 520 now, just trying to get to 405, looking to see if we have anything there other than just weaving and merging. But across the lake, we're easing up a little bit, approaching I-5 5 now on 520 because now that crash has cleared, things are thinning out through Mercer and back up to 520. So coming the other direction, we got about a 50-minute drive from Federal Way to Seattle, 30 of those minutes from South Center, 35 that is, and then the Valley Freeway's running about 40. Rented to Bellevue's about 40 minutes as well. 18 over Tiger Mountains, it's normal self. So all in all, we're kind of getting back to normal. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Beautiful day. Sunshine 82 for today. Tomorrow, Friday, you might wake up to some clouds in the morning, but sunshine by afternoon, around 80. For the weekend for Seafair, it looks really nice. So we'll be partly to mostly sunny with highs in the upper 70s. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 65.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
It's 8:35. This week in Tech Talk, thousands of Alaska Airlines passengers recently found themselves stranded, some for days, after a 3-hour-long ground stop at Channel logjam of flights. So what exactly happened? KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey asked an expert.
More than 15,000 passengers across the country stranded.
They're now telling us we're leaving Tuesday night at 11:59 at night.
200 flights canceled.
They're not giving us anything. There's no hotel.
And lines at SeaTac were around the corner overnight and into the next day.
We have no idea where our bags are. Nobody here will tell us where they are. We've asked. I went downstairs to check for them. Nobody will give us anything.
When news that Alaska Airlines grounded all their flights 2 weeks ago because of an IT outage, many experts first thought the cause must have been a cyber attack.
Oh, great. Was it some type of breach? Was it some type of vulnerability? Was it some type of third party that got into it?
Then, hours later, when the airline explained in a statement it wasn't a cyber attack, but a critical piece of data center hardware manufactured by a third party that experienced an unexpected failure. Ted Blair, CEO of Tech Mafia, the company that provides cybersecurity protection and IT solutions, told me
it could be, yes.
However, a better guess, he said, was instead of just a hardware issue, maybe ultimately it was a software issue because
all hardware runs on software.
And he said it's possible new software was sent to the data center hardware device and didn't take right away.
So even though we call it hardware, there's always software running on the hardware side of it. And the vulnerability can come from the hardware side, but more often than not, it comes from updates or patches to the software that runs the hardware side of it.
Alaska Airlines says the interruption impacted several key systems that allow them to run various operations. They also say the safety of their flights was never compromised. Today, most large corporations store their data in the cloud, which means they store different data in multiple data centers located around the world, which is a lot safer than storing it on a single server in one building where bad guys can easily find it. Alaska's vice president of IT says over the last 10 years, the airline has been moving its data used to do everything from ticket purchasing to baggage claims from their own data centers to Microsoft Azure. In a statement, a Microsoft spokesperson tells me Microsoft didn't have any additional information to provide at this time, but they also said Alaska Airlines' statement had all the answers to all of our questions regarding a possible data center issue, meaning a single hiccup made by a single third-party company, not Alaska and not Microsoft, ultimately caused hundreds of planes to stop right where they were, which in the end cost thousands of passengers their time and patience, and the company millions of dollars. Hard to imagine, but it can be a single piece of equipment, just a single company, and maybe in this case, a single worker hitting the enter key on a keyboard, causing impact to so many people.
Wouldn't that be awful to be that single person if that's the case?
And they know they did it if they did it, if that's what it was. And I promised to Sully for next Tech Talk, I won't have any more ominous music. So,
I don't know.
I like the
scary.
music.
Yeah, it kind of gives me that. Okay, it's late on a Friday night. I've had a couple of adult beverages, and the X-Files are on. And the X-Files music is
Coast to Coast or something.
I get scared.
That's exactly what I was going for.
Okay.
Good job.
You win.
Good job. Thank you,
Thank
Luke.
you.
It's now 8:38. Lawmakers are pushing back on Trump administration plans to dramatically slash federal research funding. The administration is working to reduce discretionary funding for the National Institutes of Health by 40%. Yesterday, while meeting with researchers at Fred Hutch, Congresswoman Kim Schreier called the proposed cuts deeply concerning.
Medical research and NIH
are one of the best investments. It's the reason that the vast majority of new medications and cures all happen in this country.
Meanwhile, the Trump administration has positioned the cuts as a way to reduce the national deficit while also canceling grants related to DEI and gender identity research. We're less than a week away from Washington's primary, and KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports turnout in King County is low.
Only 10% of the ballots have come back so far. Haley Watkins with King County Elections figures the final turnout will be about 35, which she tells the G and Ursula show is pretty strong when you look at the numbers nationwide.
Now, that doesn't mean it's good enough.
She understands presidential elections get most of the attention, but
it's these local races that really have a big impact on our day-to-day lives and on our communities.
Next Tuesday, King County voters will be narrowing down the field for offices including Mayor of Seattle, some Seattle City Council seats, and County Executive. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Hey, Sully. What's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the backups getting into Seattle because of the express lane closure and also the impacts of an earlier crash. It's all coming up next on KIRO News Radio.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. The T-137 family of Biggs orcas has been hunting in South Puget Sound the past week, and according to naturalists from Puget Sound Express, they've been dispatching seals and porpoises in dramatic fashion. The T-137s are a very charismatic pod, with a large 23-year-old male, Jack, often breaching after a successful hunt. Jack, also known as T-137A, has a dorsal fin that is more than 6 feet in height, making him one of the most recognizable orcas in the region. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Biggs orcas, humpback whales, and minke whales are currently being seen in the Salish Sea. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
It's 8:43. Time to get back to Chris Sullivan. He is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we continue to pick up the pace on southbound I-5 after this crash underneath the convention center. Definitely clearing things out a little bit from 520 down through the convention center. So that's positive. Travel time has come back down as well. We're getting closer to an hour and 20 minutes from Everett to Seattle and about an hour and 5 from Linwood. That's about the same travel time you're getting on I-405 now. And for I-5, the brake lights really don't begin until you get down to about 145th. So that's a little bit further south than we've seen the last couple of days. Problem is, everyone's still going over to Linwood and down to 405 from Linwood, and we're looking at that pretty heavy drive there of an hour and 5 minutes away from Linwood. And yes, you're not crazy. The express toll lane signs on southbound 405 are malfunctioning. They say it's free. You pay what you see, and you should not be told. That I would have checked my account to make sure that's accurate, but Good to Go says you will not be told when it says it is free. I'm still looking for what's happening on westbound 520 tying into 405 in in Bellevue. Not exactly why it's so slow there, but you are losing a couple of minutes from, say, the Microsoft campus down over to 405. Westbound on I-90 is now much worse than 520. Really heavy getting into downtown. Got about a 35-minute trip now from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90. Federal Way to Seattle, about 50 minutes. The Valley Freeway back over 40 now, and then Renton to Bellevue is running right around 45. So kind of a mixed bag out there right now. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Tim in Des Moines just sent a really cool picture to the text line.
Oh, yeah?
It's the toll plaza on 520 from 1940.
Oh, nice.
There wasn't a lot of traffic back then, was there?
Check out those cars. Wow,
Isn't
those
that
are pretty.
cool?
Those are pretty sweet.
I know.
Back when we could have nice things.
Right? Can't do that anymore. Forecast, it's nice. Sunshine, 82 for today. You'll wake up to some clouds tomorrow morning, otherwise sunny by afternoon, pushing 80, and Seafair weekend looks glorious. Partly to mostly sunny both Saturday and Sunday with highs in the upper 70s. Right now, still sunny and 65 in Seattle. Well, actor Harrison Ford proves age is just a number. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard is here to tell us why retirement is not in his script.
In a new interview with Variety, Harrison Ford looks back on his decades-long career and some of his most beloved roles, like Indiana Jones.
All around, prepare to meet Kali in hell.
So when asked if he ever plans to retire, Ford says, no, that's one of the things I thought was attractive about the job of actor, was that they need old people too to play old people's parts.
There you go. Thank you very much, Katrina. It's 8:46.
At Clear Choice Dental Implant Centers, we get that your teeth, your budget, and your story are all unique to you, which is why our experts who specialize in dental implants will build a custom solution around each patient's needs. With personalized treatment plans and third-party financing options, we'll help you get your new teeth on your terms. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today and let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Office is owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Save up to 25% on new air conditioning and heat pump systems during the final days of Home Comfort Alliance warehouse clearance sale. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all. Sound like your home? Then call for your free inspection.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Upgrade your view with Lake Washington windows. Buy one window or door and get the second at 50% off through July. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com for details.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It is 8:48. Good morning. G is off. He's at Seahawks training camp, where I hope to be if traffic allows here in a little bit.
Fun.
Yeah, you can hear the G and Ursula show from 9 to noon here on KIRO Newsradio. And that is the voice of, Angela Poe Russell. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Terrific.
Yeah.
Excited about camp?
Yes, and you got your gear on.
I'm ready.
It looks good.
Bring it on. Go Hawks.
Well, today we're going to have a political conversation, but I think you'll find this one interesting. Okay, so Seattle Times, the FYI guy, did this article, and he was talking about the political divide. So here's what's interesting. Among young people, and this is happening nationally and locally, he found out, the divide between young men and women, it's getting wider. So basically, to sum it up, young men are becoming more Republican and young women are becoming more Democratic.
That's problematic.
I love what Sully said during the commercial break. Sometimes those things just never make air. He's like, how did you put it, Sully?
I was like, I guess that means we're going to have a birth problem coming up here soon.
No babies
how are we going to
for
get
you.
these people together?
It's one thing to grow apart in that way, but when some people feel like, I can't marry someone like this, wasn't there a reality show over this of spring where I think it was that Love is Blind. And one of them, and she was like, I can't, they were engaged. And then she said, I can't marry you because you're this and I'm this and I just can't do it. It doesn't reflect my values.
And I hear that echoed with women my age all the time.
I was going to say, since you're the only one in the room under 35, we need you to weigh in.
And I have a lot of friends who are in the dating scene and women in the dating scene. And a big thing is, it used to be, you would maybe have some differences in your thoughts politically, but it has become so polarized that it's like, I can't see a person across the aisle there and see a future with them unless they come all the way over to my side and see things my way, because a lot of these issues now have to do with just kind of pretty basic human rights. It seems, I think, to a lot of women on the left.
Absolutely. And that brings me to what I'm hoping we can explore for the next minute or so. What's your theory on why? Why are women, and this is happening, like I said, not only nationally, but in Seattle, why are women becoming more Democrat? Why are young men becoming more Republican? Any theories you want to throw out before I throw mine in?
It seems Sully might have a theory.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, the fact that I have a 23-year-old male trying to find love in the dating pool these days. My guess would be, I think a lot of young guys don't like the culture wars. They're just not interested. They don't care. They're not. They're tired of being belittled because they're macho or they like to work out or they're not feminine, and they don't like it.
It's interesting. The article actually talked about men being frustrated with being criticized for being masculine and the term toxic masculine. So your theory was actually kind of onto something, one aspect of it. Did you all want to throw in anything?
Can't we all just get along?
You're just like, I am over it. Dave, what about you? Any theories?
I think a big part of it that I see is the way that the internet has kind of shifted how people see themselves, how people see their own self-identity, how people see kind of their tribe that they align with. It's all kind of ideologies and ideas are kind of right out there on the headlines. It's not as much. I feel like it used to be before the internet, you would have to dig pretty deep to get to what people thought on specific issues. And now it's kind of all there on Front Street.
Now.
Yeah. And so
then Chat GPT will attempt to summarize.
Yes.
And I can assure you as a journalist here, as you all are, it's not always accurate often. And I'll have to correct it. So here are some theories that I have. I think because I should have pointed out, a lot of these changes started in 2020. It went from like a 2% gap to a 15% gap between young men and women since 2020. So what's happened since then? Roe v. Wade was overturned.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, women felt like their their reproductive rights, were not the same after that time. Then we had George Floyd and we had Ahmaud Arbery. We had all of those things. And there's also this issue of whenever there is, statistically, it's just true that if you go to college, you're more likely to become a little bit more liberal.
Sure.
In 1979, only 200,000 more women were going to college than men. That number right now is 3.1 million more women going to college than men.
Yeah.
And here's another interesting thing that I found, because some people, they want to diminish that men and women are different. We do have differences, okay? We do have differences. Our brains were studied at UCLA related to empathy. And, it's always been a stereotype. Women are more nurturing. We have more empathy. Well, this study, they used MRIs and exposed the subjects to pain. And women had higher reactions in the brain to feeling pain, feeling as if they were experiencing that pain themselves.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So if you're looking at since 2020 and the things that have happened, and if you buy into that, then I could see us saying, you know what, I'm not liking what's happening.
All right. Interesting stuff. Angela, thank you so much. We'll be listening today. It's the G and Ursula show with Angela Poe Russell sitting in. 8:54. We need to get back to Sully at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Yeah, just one last note. Kids today can't even talk to each other. Much whether the same sex, opposite sex, their parent. They have no soft skills whatsoever. Moving on. Traffic. We are, you have a long time to think about this because it's an hour and 20 minutes from Linwood down into Seattle. You hit the brakes right around 145th. 405, same deal. You're hitting the brakes away from Linwood all the way down through Bothell, about an hour and 10 minutes from Linwood down to Bellevue. Looking at 405, Renton to Bellevue, I think a lot of people are getting ready to head to camp, the Hawks camp, that is. A lot of traffic in and around Renton on northbound 405. 45 minutes to make the drive up to Bellevue, and there is some significant spillover now. We've got about a 25-minute trip out of Auburn, and Federal Way to Seattle's running right around 50. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial, 97.3 HD2.
Beautiful sunshine. We're headed for a high of 82. It's 65 right now. Speaking of the Hawks, we're closing in on the preseason. We want to send you and 3 of your friends to watch the Seahawks game on Friday, August 15th. All you have to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app, click the Win tab to find out how. This is KIRO News Radio.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net. Some AC you'll be loving.
When your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how